Ставте лайк, тисніть на дзвіночок та підтримуйте україномовний YouTube канал. Це все допомагає нам розвиватися.
This is the first time he's gone this far in a major live MT2.
Усім привіт! У нас для вас чудові новини, адже ми розіграємо подарунки.
I'm the same. It's so hard to make these big final tables to overcome the huge field. You know, there's players like Titani, like myself. You know, you can play for 10 years and not get that across the finish line or even close. So, you know, and that's why it is so painful when you're outdrawn. You know, could well be a long time before you're back in a spot like this. Arta, unfortunately, out of matching Gucci shirts today. Forced to slum it with Burberry.
So Arta currently
Forced to slum it with Burberry. Arta, unfortunately, out of matching Gucci shirts today. Forced to slum it with Burberry. Out of matching Gucci shirts. Today, forced to slum it with Burberry.
Coupe titles. He won 2 W Coupe titles. That is the World Championship of Online Poker. 2 events in one night. And in the live world, there was only one EPT in 2021. It was in Sochi. And Arta Martirosyan was the champion for $325,000 equivalent.
He won 100% of EPTs in that year. Was Player of the Year, EPT champion, full works. Yeah, and Arta considering whether to check raise this hand, continue through call, or can he bin it? See, the jack in the check call line is quite unpromising card.
720.
So he goes for the check raise. I think this does make some sense. And blows Titani off the best hand, albeit just king high.
Putting a little bit of separation between them. Around 65 big blinds for Martirosyan, around 45 bigs for Titani.
Can you give me some blues?
Yeah, of course.
So there are 3 chip denominations in play at the moment. The blues are 5,000, the greens are 25,000, and the whites are 100,000.
Pedro passing the button again. And Arta with very strong holding, blind on blind. Probably will come in for a raise most of the time with the 9s. Just benefit from forcing out an occasional overcard and lowering the SPR. Something like that.
It's amazing when I see a comment on YouTube that starts, "James, read this, please." I expect the words that follow to be something either stupid, xenophobic, or misogynistic, or all three. And do you know what? Story checks out.
5.2. Yeah.
Let's be nice. How about that? Let's be nice about each other, be nice about the players at the final table.
Yeah, I mean, 3 real sweet guys by all accounts that we've seen.
Erosion with the real hand here on the button.
Yeah, 9s and ace-king back-to-back.
And it's a spot he could see some pressure. Probably not with the 8-5.
Yeah, one of the things about this chip lead is, of course, as we say, does get to pressurize these guys a bit more, defend a bit wider. But actually, 66 big blinds, of course, it's not, you know, the way ICM works, of course, it's the last chips that are the most valuable in your stack. And you don't just get to blast off for 70 big blinds. So Never's got to balance, you know, finding the right levels of aggression, pushing, wielding the chip stack, but not going too crazy. It's very, you know, by all accounts, seems an incredibly accomplished player. I'm sure he'll manage that, but...
And if he doubles either one of these guys, he then becomes the shortest stack.
Yes, yes.
Mind the Duck says, not suggesting any of these players should do it, but is there a rule that says they have to stay at the table, or can you walk away and just allow your blinds to be taken? The latter.
You can. People won't swap with you again, but...
I mean, on the one hand, bowler. On the other hand, why?
I like this check back here.
Tarosian still ahead with top pair.
Yeah, and the ace high gets a little bit stronger on that turn card. Wow. Very interesting double check back with the queen no kicker.
I think I would have played it the same way. He's losing to every queen and every 8. Lets his opponent catch up a little, and for deception here.
Yeah.
And might be able to get a call on the river by a hand like ace high.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
a 5 or a river 10. Expect him to go big here in the river.
Yeah, and Never's a little unsure what's going on here. Is this just only a river 10? 5 might bet for protection on the turn. He probably expects all queens to have bet at some point. It's a little bit weird in his mind. On the other hand, some of the 6-7s and 6-4s will bet earlier and makes a really good fold. Yeah, not getting overly attached to the ace high.
Martirosian up to 68 big blinds. Titani the shortest stack with around 40. Neves still with more than 110 bigs. 3 players remaining at the final table of the PCA 2023 main event. Folded to Martirosian in the small blind with 10-4 of diamonds. And that is a raise to 450,000 to 8-7 suited for Michel Titani.
Yeah, very beautiful looking hand to play in position.
Datani calling. And these players going to the flop, which is Queen 7-4. So second pair versus bottom pair.
Both of them with a piece of it here. Expect there to be a bet and a call here.
Yeah, and Arthur just be hoping to win it here and now. Just looking for some protection. Love to just see Michel get out of the way. But Datani will hang around.
210,000 apiece. 6 of hearts on the turn. Datani now near enough a 9-1 favourite.
Martirosian made that c-bet very small, kept his opponent's range very wide. 6, however, is a bad turn card for Martirosian. All of his straight draws made at least a pair plus with that 6.
Yeah, and in general, we just want to check our second pairs. But this one with the extra, the sort of the gut shot value, no, he doesn't do it. Just checks back. And rivers are straight. Yeah, and Arthur just hoping to show down maybe against another, wow, it's like a 4. No, it doesn't show down for much.
He's only beating some ace highs.
Yeah, and one would imagine he's thinking of bluffing here. This would be, I think, pretty out of line. It's one of the hands you're targeting to fold would be an ace 4 or a king 4. But just senses correctly that the 4 isn't going to show down for anything. That Datani, yeah, and he's going to line it up. This is one of the first times Arthur's aggression is going to cost him. Can't help himself but go for it here on this river with 950k chip bet. And Datani just going to think about whether he can raise versus this sizing or not.
I think we can raise. I think his 7, he's only losing to 8-9, and I think his 8-9s go bigger on the river here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the 8-9 bets the turn very, very often. It doesn't really check. But yeah, he's just deciding how to approach it. I think he will raise, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a raise here.
Yeah. So he's just deciding, okay, what's the sizing?
And I think the sizing is very small. I think you're justified. You're going to make it 2 million here. Try to get called by a 3 or something.
A fistful of white. 950,000 has just become, it doesn't matter because Martirosian has folded.
He went 3?
No, he went to 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is Nuno Capuccio and Michel's partner, Raquel Montero.
Yeah, nice hand for Datani.
I think we have the company of Sam Grafton for one more hand before the mystery bounty starts.
Well, let's hope it's a 3-way all-in and I can see a champion crowned. I'll be disappointed. Can we get word to the dealer? Make it an exciting one.
Saw a question a short while ago and have now lost it. Oh, it was someone asking for the online handles of the final 3 players. So, we know the online handles of 2 of the 3. Artur Martirosian is Mar Arthur 1. And Michel Datani, who plays online from Brazil, is Freelancers.
Datani must have a scoop or WCoop win, surely, as Freelancers.
Yes, he won a WCoop back in 2016.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Well, they started the three-way all-in by giving Arthur queens. They half got the message. There just wasn't time to set the deck fully.
Neves is an interesting story, actually. Made his first trip to Vegas in 2019, was basically trying to make a start on the live circuit. Then came the pandemic, so had to then restart again in early 2022 when he came to EPT Prague. He's played a UK IPT event as well.
Yeah, big breakout score, and seems like a very, very strong poker player indeed.
Do you know who Pedro Neves' poker coach is?
I'm going to say NASA 114.
Oh, NASA, João Vieira. Yeah, we're not going to get much value out of having Sam for a raise and take it. One more hand. One more hand.
One more hand.
Yeah, 2020. So had to then restart Prague. He's played.
Yeah, big breakout score, and seems like a very, very strong poker player indeed.
Do you know who Pedro Neves' poker coach is?
I'm going to say NASA 114.
Oh, NASA, João Vieira. So, T event came to the story
Fully. All in.
Artur Martirosyan is Mara. Is an interest to then repeat.
Yeah, big breakout.
NASA, João Vieira. Pure and hand 50. Martirosyan currently stack, and I'm using air quotes on that, Scott, because he's still got 55 bits on it.
They're neck and neck. They're neck and neck.
Yeah.
Effectively the same stacks. So Neves is going to have some options here. The beautiful Jack-10 suit he's going to choose just to defend here. We like our hands that can make a royal flush.
I see an ace, and I see a queen, and I see two diamonds. Oh, hello.
This could be a very interesting pot here. Martirosyan in position, flops top pair against the straight draw, flush draw from this chip leader. Probably a decent spot to mix in some checkbacks here with your weak aces. Neves can certainly call or raise here.
Deuce on the turn.
Decides just to call. Martirosyan picks up a wheel straight draw. Makes a straight with a 4. Probably gets only 2 streets, whether he gets it on the flop and turn or flop and river. He decides to check back. Wow.
Oh, 2 pair for Martirosyan, the flush for Neves.
Ace is up versus the rivered flush. Is Neves gonna bet himself or go for the check raise? It goes 2/3 pot and gets insta-called by Martirosyan. Pretty reasonable, though. His hand is way too strong to be folding their aces up.
Well, they were neck and neck at the start of that hand, Scott, but now Datani has a little bit of an advantage. 58 big blinds for him, 42 big blinds for Artur Martirosyan. And by the way, when I was wishing Sam good luck for tomorrow, if you don't know what's happening tomorrow, then you really should, because we are segueing into the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Yes, it's finally here. It is an event that some people have been waiting 3.5 years for. We announced it in Barcelona in the summer of 2019. It's finally taking place this week. And all those Platinum Pass winners are now in the Bahamas to take on the pro. There are more than 400 of them who've arrived today, and we're going to be streaming all 5 days of the PSPC on Twitch and YouTube.
Very exciting. Won my Platinum Pass 37 months ago.
Very excited. We'll be streaming day 1 from 12:30 Eastern at 6:30 p.m. Central European Time, following it all the way through to the final table next Friday. And of course, should highlight at this point in time, there is a mini PSPC, just as we ran in 2019. You can play an online version of the Players' Championship for 1,000th of the price. Registration is open now.
Ace-Queen decides not to bet that in position. Allows his opponent to catch up with a pair of 4s in the turn. Will probably go ahead and bet himself. Fours needs a lot of protection, and most of the hands that could beat that on the flop would have bet. Ace-Queen, a little bit too strong against that small sizing. I think we're going to take one off here and see river.
$170.
Tani has his raise called.
He backs into 2-pair. Tani certainly has a hand he could turn this into a bluff with the ace of clubs. The back of the flush gets there. He's going big here, going almost full pot, 850,000. Tani's going to think about what to do. He's going to have all of his options open to call, fold, or raise. Oh no, he overbet the pot.
Oh, yeah.
1.35 million. And when you're sitting there with the ace of clubs, the nut flush blocker, facing an overbet, all these options are definitely running through your mind.
Tani wisely folds, and Martirosyan is pretty much neck and neck with him once again.
His other option there would have been to pull the trigger and just move all in, which would have been completely sick and probably works.
Well, let's welcome Joe Stapleton back into the fold.
Hello, my babies.
Into the second half of this level. 45 minutes left on the clock. We'll then take a break, and when we come back from break, because we are now three-handed, we will be playing 45 rather than 90-minute levels. So off the back of the next break, we'll be playing levels 31 and 32 back to back.
240.
Neves opens the button with 5-4 of diamonds. Martirosyan, Jack-9 in the small. That gets folded.
Tani with ace-queen offsuit, 2 hands in a row. Ace of clubs again. But because he's because he's second in chips here, I think we would often see him just defend here and not 3-bet his sort of stronger hands like ace-queen.
Tani chipping up a little bit there. So yes, down to 3 players in the PCA main event. 3 eliminations so far, having lost Wakil on the first hand of the day. Then we lost Chris Chick, and a short while ago, we lost Alex Raymond ran queens into kings. Brutal cooler, but they happen. And he cashed out in 4th place for just over $500,000. We caught up with Alex and we asked him about his overall experience playing the PCA main event and making the final table.
So there's just been a build-up since day one. So obviously we're playing for less money at the beginning. It just gets higher and higher, and also the media coverage, the experience, being in the tournament, just the camaraderie, walking around, getting a high five and stuff. It's just a build-up till the end. So it was a really nice experience, and yeah, I can't wait to play the PSBC.
Just a build up to the end, and Raymond made it nearly to the very end, about as close as you can get. Top 4 finish, mega cooler, and now we are threads up. Picking up the action here on the flop, Titani versus Nevis. And somehow everyone has dodged every part of this board.
I think it was raised pre and flop went check, check.
Queen.
Check, check. Queen's going to get pipped by a king. What a beat. And I heard y'all chatting about how 2% of the field that entered was Portuguese. And now 66% of the field is Portuguese. I had our crack research team, mostly Hayden, dig up some Portuguese stats.
Thank you.
There have only been 2 Portuguese winners on the EPT. João Barbosa won Warsaw, if you can believe that. The one time there was an EPT Warsaw, won Warsaw in 2008. Antonio Matias won Vila Moura in 2009, so it's been more than a decade.
Yes, this is 6.1 plus this 6.6.
Since
So,
there's been a Portuguese
6.5.
winner.
Yeah, they're a big favorite
Yeah.
And you
to
have
do it today, but as James reminded us, this is not an EPT.
4 something.
It's the only comparison we really have. I do have one PCA stat. The last and only time a Portuguese player made the PCA final table was João Nogueira in 2013. Finished in 8th place for $165,000. So if we're counting PCAs as stand-alone events, this is, again, history in the making. And the last time we saw any Portuguese player go this deep, well, we've never had him.
480.
And the last time ever at a final table was, again, 10 years ago. So pretty cool.
I'm surprised we don't see Nevis coming into the small blind with a raise, given he has over half the chips in play here. We haven't seen him really use that stack in a lot of these pressure spots yet.
What is something that could make someone all of a sudden start doing that? Is it, are we likely to see someone not doing it and then all of a sudden start?
Well, sometimes it's just sort of spot specific. These spots have to arise, and sometimes with the distributions they just don't. Or you can just wait for kings here on the button.
Nevis with another monster. Wow. Speaking of coolers, Titani with the only hand better than kings, somehow three-handed a sick cooler in progress.
And they're likely to get all the money in here pre-flop, and then if those aces hold, we're going to see a flip-flop of their 2 chip stacks. This three-handed running aces into kings, there could not be a bigger cooler.
2 million.
Here comes the 4-bet to 2 million.
Quickly goes for that click sizing. And Tatani has a decision here, and his decision is whether to just call because you want to keep in your opponent's bluffs. Because Nevis could be bluffing here and clicking to 2 million.
The only one that could be bluffing here, right?
Yes. So because of that, I think we probably should just call with our aces. He does get it in when he runs into his opponent's kings and queens, but he would shut out all of his opponent's bluffs, and aces plays great against any possible hand your opponent can have here. I think the correct play in this particular spot is to just call with aces. Again, it doesn't necessarily work out for you when you're up against kings, but overall versus the range of your opponents.
I mean, knowing what we know about Nevis and that he hasn't really been getting too out of line,
All in.
Tatani may go for all of it, and he does. And of course, with these two matchups, it doesn't really matter. Aces versus kings. Insane cooler. Nevis behind. But now they're playing for the chip lead if the statistics hold. I don't know how you can keep your composure like this if you somehow run into aces three-handed. Here comes the flop. Ace 9-9, pretty decisive. Full house for Tatani.
Nevis is drawing to running kings, or running nines for a job.
The turn is neither a king nor a 9. That's going to be a double up for Tatani. Portugal retains the chip lead.
Yeah, they just flipped their stacks.
Tatani now with 110 big blinds. Nevis still with over 60. But man, that's got to take the wind out of your sails a little bit. That's got to be a punch right in the gut.
Martirosian was rooting for a king there real bad.
Yeah, I bet he was.
Would have gotten heads up as the shortest stack. When you're the third guy, those are the coolers that you hope for.
So if you could ballpark it, how much in equity, like in real money, was that right there?
I mean, that's
that cooler.
Probably
$700,000.
No, it's not that much,
Okay.
because the difference between third and first is only $800,000.
Okay.
So it's probably like $300,000.
$300,000. That's why I asked Scott. I have no idea.
Because they're already guaranteed about $700,000.
Right. So it could only be
they're
the
playing,
difference.
yeah, they're playing
Sure.
for like the difference of $800,000 now at this point.
It's funny looking at the next pay jump being second place. The final pay jump. No more laddering after that.
And you get that cool million.
And we play on. That's how poker works. Martirosian and Queen Jack on the button. And that's going to be good enough.
You can take 120 if I win a pot, and next time I'm doing blind.
It's been nice not being Chat Pro Saturday, though. I have to read all these idiotic comments coming through about folding kings. You see some of these? You should know.
They were suggesting to fold the kings.
You should know he had aces in that spot.
Yeah, if you're only, that means you're only calling with aces if you're folding kings.
Adam Levy, ruthless in chat. Easy fold.
Yeah.
Adam, the game may have passed you by a little bit, buddy. All right, we've got blind on blind. Neves limping in with an ace. Martirosian going to take the free flop with 10-6 off.
An aggressive fold, Adam.
Queen 4 deuce, 2 clubs. Both players with a backdoor club draw.
His ace-7 here with the ace of clubs, good enough to check call here for 1/3 pot. It's got ace high, which is independently good on its own a lot of the time. Backdoor straight and flush draws.
How much harder, poker's hard in general already these days. How much harder does it get when you're three-handed?
It definitely gets harder. You have to play a lot of hands. Your opponent's ranges become a lot wider when you're playing full ring, 8-9 handed. Your opponents have much tighter ranges generally because they're only opening, you know, much fewer hands. But when you're playing short-handed, 2- and 3-handed, your ranges are most of your hands. So your opponents can have all sorts of different things, which does make it more difficult to play.
And I think just mentally more difficult in that you're just involved all the time.
And this, we got an interesting turn card here. Martirosian picks up second pair of sixes, but Neves turns a nut flush draw. Again, his ace high could be good, plus he has the nut flush draw. I think we're going to go just call here.
And we are headed to the river. It is a club.
Also a bit of a cooler now. So Neves does back into the nut flush, but Martirosian himself has the 10 of clubs. Pretty big flush. Question is whether Neves is going to check or just lead bet himself.
And to Scott's point from earlier, when you're three-handed, 10 high flush is significantly stronger.
He does check. When you check here, it does two things. When your opponent has a flush, he's often going to bet himself. And when he doesn't have a flush, he's going to bet maybe as a bluff. Wow, he does make a very disciplined check back. Saves himself a lot of chips there.
Safe check.
Wow-wee. Martirosian, spidey sense was tingling. Danger.
Martirosian probably thought his 10 of clubs was good most of the time, but he didn't want to risk the check raise.
Right.
And he thought a lot of his weaker hands his opponent could have would fold anyway, and he doesn't get a lot of value from the hands that he could beat.
Atlas Go on Twitch asks, if Titani and Martirosian go heads up, can we change the title of the stream to Seth Rogen's long-lost brother and Freddie Mercury's love child get into it heads up in PCA 10K main event? No. Thank you for your question. To be honest, I did look at James when I said that, and he also said no. But he did not thank you for your question. Dab Queen asking, I think I know the answer to this one. Why didn't Neves bet?
Well, because if Martirosian didn't have a flush, he would bet there probably a reasonable amount of time. And if he had one of his big clubs, maybe if he had the queen of clubs or king of clubs instead, he would have bet himself for value. But really, the answer is you should be doing both things. Sometimes he's going to need to bet his ace of clubs. Sometimes he's going to need to check his ace of clubs, so that you have to sort of keep your opponents guessing that way. Because if you always bet when you have the ace of clubs, then you don't have you don't have the nuts ever when you check to him. You need to mix what you're doing in these difficult spots.
Titani and Martirosian this time. And again, both players have missed. King high has the advantage.
240.
Martirosian firing pretty big into 360, 240.
Yeah. For a smaller size, and we're definitely going to take one off here with the king of diamonds. But he's going pretty big. Yeah, we still can take one off here, and he is in position with the chip lead. Backdoor nut flush draw.
Deuce of spades on the turn. That backdoor flush draw. Knock, knock.
Well, now Martirosian picks up his backdoor flush draw, now has a flush draw, and Titani makes a pair of deuces. Little something for everyone on that turn.
$1,080,000.
And he goes for the overbet. The only guy really utilizing these overbet sizings here. Very difficult to play against, especially if you're not used to it.
And Martirosian with another well-played hand.
And every time that I've seen that he's put in the overbet, he has not gotten any action. I don't think anyone has ever called any of his overbets from what I've witnessed.
All right, talk to me about that a little bit. When you're doing something and it's working, do you just keep doing it until it stops working, or do you assume that eventually they're going to catch on?
Well, you also have to sort of line up your hands. Your opponents have to have the right hands to continue with. That certainly wasn't one there. He knew his opponent didn't have a lot of really strong hands in that particular dynamic. He didn't have his big aces, his sets. So it was going to be difficult for him to find hands to call with there. Also, if your opponents aren't sort of used to these sizings, it could be very difficult to adjust with on the fly. Generally, your overbet's going to be pretty polar to your really strong hands and your really weak hands, but Martirosian has done a good job with some of these middle strength hands that are value hands and going with overbet sizings as well. I saw him do it with weak two pair hands with flushes available on the board.
Taking that one down. Pre-flop. We've had some pretty epic three-handed matches in recent history. 3- and 4-handed. I can't remember exactly which ones, but I know that we've had some 3- and 4-handed matches go 4 or 5 hours till we got to heads up.
Yep, might be in for a long day here. They're still pretty deep. These levels are long. However, these levels go to 45 minutes, starting in the next level.
Not next level. No. When they get to three-handed. Oh, it is three-handed. Next level. Sorry, Scott. Counting is hard. We got to bring in an analyst and a counter for me. How long have they been three-handed? I'm just kidding. I'm like kidding. Neves versus Martirosian. Top pair for Neves.
Almost the entire level.
Diamond, diamond, diamond. Martirosian now with considerably more equity, including a straight draw.
Yeah, picks up a straight draw and a flush draw on the turn. Kings up for Neves. I imagine is going to bet here. That hand certainly needs some protection on this board. And Martirosian is going to have a decision to make here.
That's right, Carlito. Two pair, top and bottom pair, not just top pair.
Seems he's got too much equity just to fold this here. We're playing this as a call or a raise. He's going to go up for the call. He's looking for a 10 or a diamond.
Oh, wow.
10 of diamonds.
Got them both. Not quite the straight flush, but a straight and a flush. And man, having two pair here really stinks, doesn't it?
And he has the second nut flush with the jack of diamonds here because the king and the queen are out there. We will not be checking back this fourth
not
flush.
Not this time.
Because he has the second nuts this time. It's much stronger than the 10 of clubs in the last one. And he's been utilizing these overbet sizings. I wouldn't be shocked to see him do it here again.
600.
Doesn't go with the overbet. But if he did go for the overbet and got raised, it would be a very easy fold.
Did you say a raise would be a very easy fold?
If he did go for the overbet and then got raised.
Oh, overbet and a raise. Got it. Okay. Yep. Fair enough.
I think we can fold this king 6 here because when Martirosian calls on the turn, I think he has a diamond here very often, or some other sort of value hand that would be more inclined to check back. I think he's probably not going to turn his 2-pair plus hands into bluffs.
There is the fold. And I guess the fact that it's both a straight and a flush that came in also makes it a little easier to fold.
All the draws got there. He called on the turn, so it means on the turn he had some sort of immediate value or a draw. All the draws got there, or he would have shown up with some sort of, pair at a minimum. Unfortunate run out for Datani. When you flop kings up, he goes running diamonds on you.
There goes Nevis folding 8-deuce off. Mar Arthur in the small blind. Somehow worse than 8-deuce. Datani gets a walk with another pretty terrible hand. Look, I used all my cranking on the aces versus kings first hand out of the gate, gang. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes you got to give the cooler machine a break to rejuvenate,
You put them in the wrong people's hands. You should have reversed them if you wanted to get out of here earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to let this play out on its own. I just want action. I don't want to be responsible for who wins or loses.
I want to see people going for it, not just the aces and kings.
I'm not going to lie. I would like it to be done in time just to be able to go to the PSPC welcome party tonight. But that's still several hours away. I'm going to see if I can borrow Datani's mustache so I can maybe just have a quiet drink. Glowing Bud asks, who are you looking forward to seeing at the party, Joe? The bartender. Thank you for your question. No, there's a bunch of people that have won Platinum Passes over the last 3 years, including the original Platinum 5, who won their passes at Barcelona a way long time ago. Looking forward to seeing them again. A couple of folks won Platinum Passes on the Poker in the Ears podcast a couple of weeks ago. Looking forward to seeing them. There's a couple of surprise celebrities coming to play. The PSPC, wouldn't mind saying hello to a couple of those folks.
1,050,000.
$1,050,000. The 3-bet from Nevis over the open from Datani, and that's going to get through.
Ballsy there. Took a hand that he could have just called when he's second in chips. Potentially was going to play a big pot.
Nevis, first act of King 7 off. Is that a hand you would open sometimes three-handed? on the button?
You're less inclined
seven deuce.
when you're second out of 3 in chips. That's the position that you're sort of handcuffed in. So as the chip leader, you'd be opening it, and probably even as the short stack, you could be opening it. But when you're second in chips, the chip leader can put so much pressure on you that you're going to have to tighten up more than the other 2 guys.
All right.
I mean, strategically, first and foremost, when you're the second and third place guys are trying to outlast each other.
Sure.
That's their first goal. Get heads up. You're going to be, out-chipped. Worry about winning the tournament at that point. But when you're 3-handed here and you're second and third, your goal is to get heads up. Take it one step at a time. Don't worry about winning the tournament right now while we're 3-handed. Worry about getting heads up. Because the pay jump getting from 3 to 2 is nearly as much as 2 to 1.
And you can't get to 1 unless you get to 2. Burak on YouTube asks, how does someone get a platinum pass? Is it purchased? Is it awarded? Well, you could be like Mr. Scott Baumstein here, who won an event that had a platinum pass attached to it. That's one way.
I did it the tough way.
The hard way.
I seem to be giving away a lot of passes. I had I won a tournament with hundreds of people in it.
Sometimes there are surprise passes given away. I would say that's probably technically the hardest way to do it, is to be the sort of person that gets a surprise pass. It's a lot more random. And then, of course, there are various contests, initiatives, ways to earn them, leaderboards, participation, free rolls, satellite system, all kinds of ways. All right, we're going to see a flop. Blind on blind. Martirosyan would have needed to connect pretty hard with this flop and has missed about as much as you can. Foul Ent with a question about the big blind ante, as in why does the big blind only have to pay the ante? Something we decided a bunch of years ago, that antes were slowing down the game and every player having to put them in was making things significantly slower. So a decision was made that one player would post the ante for the entire table, and it kind of changes things slightly, but I think overall people agree that the game is just much better.
It's the single greatest nuanced rule change that's happened over the past decade to improve the experience of playing a poker tournament.
There you go. Take it from a guy who won the Platinum Pass the hard way.
I mean, in the olden days, maybe they changed that rule, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. Every person at the table would have to put out chips every hand, put out an ante. And the dealer would have to go around and collect 9 different people's antes, make change every single time. Would have to go at the table days.
Take it that the game is slower, so a decision was made that one player would post the ante.
Experience.
And also it cuts down on the amount of sort of controversies that, oh, I posted my ante, it was the guy next to me who didn't.
Which is all just part of time. The one difference, though, when we get down to the final table, the antes now are significantly bigger, because if we all paid our own antes, there would only be, 3/8 of an ante right now, but now there's a full ante. So that means there's more chips out in every pot in a final table situation, and because of that, you're incentivized to play more hands and go after more pots, which also creates more action, which makes it probably more enjoyable to play and certainly more fun to watch.
Yeah, very few complaints about the big blind ante system.
But yet, in the beginning, there was blowback to it, which was just evidence of a status quo bias, because that's how things were done before, so people wanted it to continue doing it that way. But if you looked at things in reverse and said, well, if it was always done by the big blind, would you ever reverse it and say, instead of one person doing it, why don't we break this up into 8 different parts and let's all do this? No, anybody would say that's ridiculous. It's objectively a much better way to do things now.
It's actually pretty funny because I was the poker consultant on a movie back in 2020 called The Card Counter. And I was having them do big blind ante in all of their scenes, and there was an older lady at the table who was a background performer, but she was one of the few people that ever played poker before, and she kept telling the director I was doing it wrong.
Right, because the last time she'd played poker that's how it was done.
The 1980s,
right.
Yeah, so it was a little frustrating telling her. Nevis with pocket queens, back to the action here. Three betting the open from Datani. And as chip leader, King 4 suited. Oh, wait, Martirosian's still in the big blind.
This can be interesting because Martirosian has ace-5 suited, which is the hand to sort of 3-bet and 4-bet bluff with, and that's what he's thinking about. There's so much out there. His sizing could be... Wow, he's got 49 big blinds. He could theoretically might rip it. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of room to make it 2 million and then have to fold, but I guess he could do that too. So he's thinking about making it 2 million, folding, or just potentially even going
folding. Yeah, seems like based on the way you classified those other options, it seems like folding.
It felt like too many chips to have to put in 6 million. If he had like 4 million, 4.5 million, maybe he'd be more inclined to ship, but it seemed like a lot of chips at 49 big blinds. He didn't really have enough room to make these small 4-bets. But discipline fold there, because if you're going to pick a bluff hand to do that with, he has the best hand to do that with. The reason why it is the best hand to do that with is because ace-5 suited that with.
Seems like based on the way you classified those other options, it seems like folding.
And it also blocks your opponents having aces and ace-king, which are two of their really strong hands.
Someone says he never rips WTF. I don't think that's true. I think that may be smaller in the...
I think he's less inclined to rip because of his stack size here, but I think if he had a little bit less chips, he certainly does rip here sometimes. If he had, 4 to 5 million chips, I think he does probably rip some mix of the time, some percentage of the time. I mean, what do you think he was thinking about if he never rips? I mean, but I think he was just deciding his stack sizes were a little awkward. I mean, he would have preferred to make it 2 million and fold, but that then sort of he'd be getting 2 to 1 on a shove if he was shoved on at that point anyway.
So while we're watching poker, I would like to remind everyone that if you like to play along while you watch poker, late registration still open in the mini PCA main event. It was a 100K guarantee. Prize pool currently at $168,000. And that doesn't include the added value, the EPT satellite tickets or the Monte Carlo package. So there's still time to get involved in the mini PCA main event if you're a part of the global player liquidity pool.
I'm surprised here to see Datani continue with his limping or completing strategy from out of the small blind. Because of his chip lead, I think we should see maybe a little bit more raising from small to big blind.
Ten, 7, 9, 1 diamond. 360 in the middle. This is an exactly half pot bet from the up and down draw. It is. Datani has a hand that's never folding.
Yep, they both hit that board pretty well. Datani with middle pair, middle pair, gut shot, backdoor flush draw, versus Nevis open-ended.
And even less reason for Datani to fold now.
Certainly not folding now as he picks up that flush draw on the turn to go along with his straight draw and second pair, which is good here independently, oftentimes. Nevis sort of has his worst hand that has a lot of value with, so it's a good hand to continue to bluff with.
Nevis announcing another bet.
Your bluff hands here, a lot of the time, are going to contain an 8 in them, or maybe a jack. But I think we have a just call here from Tatani. I don't see any point to raise here.
Martirosian keeping the blood flowing. Trying to twist out some of those nerves as we go to the river with 1.8 million in the middle.
If it's a brick, I think it's a spot we're going to see.
Not a brick. Nevis gets there.
And he gets there in the best possible way for him because it gives his opponent 2 pair. Because if it was a brick, it was probably a pretty decent spot to bluff, to go for that triple barrel when he has his worst hand and blocking the straights. But he gets there now, and his opponent makes 9s and 6s.
350.
That's 1.35 million. And this is a tough decision for Tatani. He's beating some of his bluffs might have included some jacks that, you know, the jack part of the straight that didn't get there. The fact that he has 2 diamonds in his hands makes it a little bit more of a fold. The reason is some of his bluffs would have picked up diamonds on the turn, which he's blocking. Still going to be difficult to fold this hand. Looks like he is going to fold it.
I just can't even imagine these spots and how difficult it is not to just, even just to think about it and not have a knee-jerk reaction.
As far as his value hands go, he has a pretty good combination to actually fold with it. He's blocking turn diamonds, not blocking any of the straight cards. Makes a very good and disciplined fold here.
Another great laydown.
Very good.
Make a not easy fold to like live with, I don't think either, right? It's not just making it, it's just like now you have to think about that at least until the next hand, at least till it pops out of your brain.
But from a theory standpoint, feels pretty sound to fold that particular hand there.
So I would imagine that getting to the point where you know what the theory is a certain hump, and then getting to the point where you can feel good about adhering to the theory is going to be even more difficult to achieve.
Well, that's sort of the concept of playing theoretical, is that, you know, the actual outcome matters less, because if you make these correct decisions long term, they're going to be profitable. They're going to be right more often than not.
I guess the bigger hump is knowing the theory.
that was still a fantastic fold, theory or not. He had 2 pair there. The sizing wasn't too big. Showed up with a pretty strong hand there, 9s and 6s. But his opponent there, when he is bluffing flop and turn, does often have those straight cards, often does have the 8 in his hand.
Tatani opening king, queen, ace-4 for Martirosian.
1 minute.
And he is going to re-raise out of the big blind. SJ asking, who is the commentator? I am Joe Stapleton. He is Scott Baumstein. I like to call him the king of South Florida poker. And Tatani, with all those chips and position and a pretty strong starting hand, is going to call the re-raise.
Yep, we saw an open from king, queen on the button. And a good hand to squeeze with the ace-4. Not suited, but still. Ace-4 and king, queen too strong to fold in position.
Queen in the window. Top pair. Very good kicker for Tatani. Martirosian has more or less whiffed this.
I think that board favors the buttons range more than the big blinds range. It's going to be opening and then defending a lot of those hands that hit the 9, 10, jack, queen, king range, the Broadway cards. Goes very small here, 20% pot. Less than that. Yeah, about 20%.
So if you're Datani, how do you feel about this bet? Are you, happy just to call, or are you?
He can certainly. I think he's going to do a lot of calling, but he's going to mix in some raises.
That raise is a big raise for all of it, and Martirosian ditches it.
I like raising there, and the reason why we're going to raise there is because you need to find some hands to raise with. And he's not going to have a lot of his ace-queens because a lot of his ace-queens is going to play as a 4-bet pre-flop. So it's sort of his best queen that he shows up to the flop with when he just calls. And so because of that, we can use that hand as a raise in the flop. However, I don't like that sizing of just going all in. You don't keep in any of your opponent's bluffs. You know, maybe even make your opponent fold some of his 9 that, you know, that he 3-bet with pre-flop. You're only getting some of his weaker queens to fold, and I'm not sure how many weaker queens are going to be 3-betting. He's just going to get called when he's up against ace-queen, aces, and kings.
Moving on to the next hand, which is ace-jack suited for Nevis. Ace-deuce suited for Martirosian, and again...
Martirosian's in a spot where he could certainly be 3-betting out of the small blind with the suited wheel ace here.
Exactly.
And that's because it's going to be difficult to play out of position as a call here. This is a very good hand to be 3-betting with, but he's a little bit of an awkward stack size. He's got 35 big blinds here to start the hand. Going all in would be too many chips, but he's going big sizing to 3-bet and then fold to a shove. And I do think he is going to be shoved on here. Ace-jack suited, way too strong here. Never folding. His option to call or go all in. I think he probably just goes all in with it. Even though your opponent sort of plays relatively perfectly against this shove.
There's the shove. There's the fold.
When I say plays perfectly against it, I mean his opponent, you know, you're going to just fold out the, you know, the hands that you can beat and get called by the hands that you beat when you have ace-jack there. Nonetheless, there's a lot out there. Ace-jack suited, a really strong hand.
Luis Souza gets in touch on Twitter to say, not sure if this is the place for stats. Stapes, check out EPT Barcelona main event. The last 6 in 2019 and 18 with 2 Portuguese back-to-back were due a win. Thank you, Luis.
Now, with that last pot, Martirosian's down to 28 big blinds. We're down to the last couple hands on the level. Blinds are going to go up, and that means he's going to be in the danger zone.
Martirosian opening 10-7 suited. Been getting beat up the last couple of hands. Nevis with a king and a 4.
$800.
Wow.
Okay.
Nevis not defending, but aggressing.
I like that hand that he chose to do it with. The king 4 has good value, but not great playability post-flop.
Sure, yeah.
So he makes it an amount that sort of forces his opponent on that particular stack size to sort of go all. A lot of the time, he'll go all in or fold.
And this is probably going to be the last hand of the level. And Tatani with an ace on the button.
Now, as Martirosian under 3 million chips, Nevis is not going to want to get out of line here at all.
right?
6 seconds left on the level. The scramble has started. And I think they're going. I don't know. What's the actual rule on that? Is it the scramble?
I thought it was the
shuffle?
the
The riffle?
riffle.
Okay. Then they are going on break. So we're going to take a little break here, but the PCA mini main event, something you can check out in the meantime.
Getting unlucky.
And during the break, we're going to check out some highlights from a past PCA. Dominic Panka's epic win against Mike McDonald at the time was probably the longest final table in recorded history. It was a doozy, so stick around for that. Artur Martirosyan, when we get back, we'll have fewer than 20 big blinds. At the moment, it's looking like a 2-horse race, and both of them horses are from Portugal. Pedro Neves, second in chips. Michel Detani first. We're taking a 17-minute break. Highlights, and then more PCA when we return.
Lines are now 25 and 50. King 10 for Dominic Panka.
You know, this Panka kid may in fact be the early stages of Skynet.
He raises from under the gun +2. Makes it 115,000. Action folded around to Mike McDonald in the small blind. Pocket nines.
Mike probably doesn't want to play a huge pot with 9 super deep and out of position.
He just calls. He folds.
August 4th, 1997, Skynet goes online.
The flop is Queen, Queen 5. Mike still ahead.
Dry flop. So dry.
Mike checks to the pre-flop aggressor.
Panka's got the perfect hand to barrel with. It's one of the worst hands he can have in this spot, and there's a pretty good shot his pair outs are good.
That's a continuation bet of 140,000. And it's a bet that Mike calls.
Skynet begins to learn at a geometric rate.
The turn card, the 7 of diamonds. Mike checks a second time.
It becomes self-aware at 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time, August 9th.
Panka set to bet again with just king high. 255,000.
Timex right to be suspicious. Can he really have a queen? Can he? Nah.
Mike calls again. More than $1 million in the pot now. Jack of diamonds on the river.
If Skynet can find another barrel here, this could be a potentially very scary card for Mike McDonald.
He checks for a third time.
In a panic, they try to pull the plug. Skynet fights back.
Looks like Panka will bet again.
It's his only shot at winning this hand.
He bluffs 575,000.
It's a great bluff. This should get Mike to fold any hand that's worse than a pair of jacks.
And Mike does fold the best hand. The bluff gets through.
This kid is relentless, and he is right.
So here we go. 6-handed action at this final table. Folded around to Daniel Gamez. He's on the button with ace-5.
Take as long as you want, Daniel Gamez. I'm just going to check out the rail.
I knew you had a thing for Bryn Kenny.
Guilty.
Gamez eventually raises. Makes it 300,000. Pocket tens for Dominic Panka in the small blind.
And that was a big raise. He's probably not raising so big with a stellar hand. Maybe, though.
Panka just calls. Sham Srinivasan in the big blind has pocket jacks.
That big raise and call has put a lot of chips in the middle for Sham to be pretty happy to win this without a flop.
All in.
Sham shoves. Gets a quick fold from Gamez.
Panka's got a call.
Call.
He does call. And he's crushed.
Come on, one-time hold, man. Jacks against tens. I got the jack.
Sham officially the player at risk here.
But it's Srinivasan domination.
27 blinds. I knew he had a pair in the small blind. That's why I jammed. I knew it. I knew he had like 9s, 8s. So I split it in. Hold. Just hold.
You know what? I knew he knew it.
Srinivasan set to double up to 5.7 million. Dominic Panka set to lose 40% of his chips. But there's a 10 in the door!
Ouch.
And it's like, it's a shot. Like, for $2 million, really?
Yes, really.
I mean, it's 1.8 million, but I get your point.
Srinivasan now has 1 foot out the door. He needs a jack on the river to survive.
A lot going on in there. I think I like this Panka kid.
It's a queen. Sham Srinivasan eliminated in 6th place.
In absolutely brutal fashion.
Just can't believe it.
Brutal fashion.
Sham Srinivasan eliminated in 6th place.
In absolutely brutal fashion.
Just can't believe it. Off. Off. Son real, man.
At least he's handling it well.
All in.
And Mush shoves!
Call.
And Panka snap calls, the former chip leader at risk.
Good luck. Good luck.
He didn't believe Panka. Now he's praying to the poker gods for mercy.
There's a 10 and a king.
It's Murphy's Law, I guess.
Madis Mur now a 76% favorite to be eliminated. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river. It's a 9. Mur is out.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
Dominic Panka up to 14 million as we go three-handed. Madis Mur, chip leader at the start of this final table, out in 4th for $581,000. So still $100,000 and the trophy to play for. This has been a pretty epic final table. Blinds are now 60-120 and we are sweating with chip leader Dominic Panka.
I like this kid's style. I like the way he plays. I like his tiny little teeth. Let's do this.
Queen 10 offsuit. He raises the button, makes it 250,000, gets a fold from Baron. It's Mike's big blind.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody said we were going to have to play against Mike McDonald.
Mike calls. Dominic is going to continue for 280,000.
And Mike would defend his big blind pretty wide, so he'd have to call with any piece of this.
There's the call. Nearly 1.2 million in the middle. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
I was hoping the board would come something scary we could make a bluff at, or, you know, just hit one of our pairs.
Check, check. Queen of diamonds on the river. Top pair for Panka.
Cool.
Mike checks for a 3rd time.
I think we have to value bet. Could easily get called by a worse pair. Or am I sabotaging us because I kind of want Mike to be the first 2-time champion? JK, I still think we should bet.
Panka counting out a bet. The grey chip's worth 100,000 each. That is 785k total.
That is a pretty meaty bet. And this is going to be a Mo Better Meaty Meat raise.
Wow, Mike check raises to 2.5 million.
You're good. Very good.
I was going to say we should say that.
Why did you raise it so much?
All we can really beat is Mike turning a pair into a bluff or a missed flush draw.
Panka folds. Mike had deuces, he flopped a set.
Did you have it, Mike?
I'm sorry, Dom. I don't remember.
And blinds up again. 8160 with a 20k ante. Panka, ace-9 suited on the button, raises. Isaac Barron with king-queen in the small blind.
All in or fold.
I'm all in.
He elects for the former option. Mike folds the big blind. And Panka calls.
Baron shoved knowing he was ahead of Panka's opening range. Panka called knowing he was ahead of Baron's shoving range.
Isaac, a 6-4 underdog. And it's his tournament life that's on the line here.
Baron looking to see some paint.
And Panka flops him dead.
That's pretty decisive.
Nut flush.
Great game. Great game, man. Yeah, for sure.
Always a pleasure.
Isaac Barron out in third.
Sure, the story's the next PCA champion, but hoorah for Isaac Barron, who is off the tour forever, then all of a sudden comes back and binks third for over a mill ball.
So we're down to 2. Both players looking to make history on the tour. Dominic Panka going heads up against Mike McDonald. It's Mike's button. He's first to speak. 10-7. And he raises, makes it 325,000.
Standard raising hand for heads up on the button.
8-9 suited for Dominic.
Call here would be standard as well.
There's the call.
This is what happens heads up. Ranges are blown wide open like somebody left the gas on too long and then lit the pilot light.
A 10-9-5 flop. Second pair for Panka, top pair for McDonald. Action's been checked to him.
Panka's checking to the razor, but I would imagine he's not folding to one bet.
Well, Mike's C-bet is 350,000.
You can certainly understand him calling here.
Well, those aren't calling chips. Panka check raises to $1 million.
Less understandable. His check raise is mostly only going to fold out worse hands. It's probably okay if he knows Mike has a draw, but even then, it's probably better just to call.
Mike calls the raise. And we go to the turn, which is the 6 of diamonds. Both players now with straight draws. Mike's still ahead, an 89% favorite.
Once Dominic raises the flop, he probably feels as if he needs to continue here. Kind of like when you tell your partner a lie and then you get called on it, but you got to stick with it.
That's a bet of 1.4 million.
And like most suspicious partners, Mike is not falling for it.
McDonald calls. 5.5 million in the pot. The river is an 8. That gives Mike a straight. It gives Panka 2 pair.
That card hits Panka, but in his mind, it could have hit Mike even harder.
Panka checks.
Mike should be value betting this.
He checks behind.
Interesting check back. Maybe just wants to see Panka's hand catch him, make him admit the truth.
And that will bring about a change in the chip lead. Mike McDonald now has the lead with 16.4 million. Mike has picked up pocket 8s on the button. He raises to 400k. 10-7 offsuit for Panka in the big blind.
Again, this would be a very common hand to call and defend the big blind with.
Pocket 8s. Mike
admit the truth. Interesting check.
He checks behind.
Interesting check back. Maybe just wants to see Panka's hand catch him, make him admit the truth.
And that will bring about a change in the chip lead. Mike McDonald now has the lead with 16.4 million. Mike has picked up pocket 8s on the button. He raises to 400k. 10-7 offsuit for Panka in the big blind.
Again, this would be a very common hand to call and defend the big blind with.
Panka, not a fan of this calling business. He raises. It's a 3-bet to 1.2 million.
Ambitious 3-bet. Don't think it's going to get a fold. If they were shorter, Mike might shove, but they're still deeper than a Lars von Trier film.
Mike calls. He doesn't have the betting lead, but he has the best hand and he's in position. And he flops quads.
Dominic Panka about to fire dead like a zombie Alan Sugar.
Oh, that is an image I need to remove from my brain.
Did you say brains?
Panka continues for 900,000.
I'd say this is a dream spot for Mike McDonald, but most of us don't even have dreams this good. I'm banking on a smooth call from a smooth operator.
Sure enough, just a call. Better part of 4.3 million in the pot. 4 of diamonds on the turn gives Panka a no-good flush draw. He now slows down. He checks.
Maybe Panka's giving up. I don't mind it in general, and I love it here. With this board texture and Mike calling the flop, he's going to be pretty strong most of the time.
Mike bets 1.8 million. And gets a fold.
Show the quads. Come on, show it. It's good for the game. It's good for the game. All right, fine, don't.
Mike McDonald now has more than a 2-1 chip lead over Dominic Panka.
Panka starting to tanka.
It's his button. And the Polish qualifier looks down at pocket nines. Should point out that Mike also won his seat online. In fact, he was the first player to qualify for this year's PCA main event. King Jack in the big blind, facing a raise to 400,000. Mike responds with a 3-bet.
Dicey 3-bet with stack sizes. If Mike gets shoved on, he's rarely in good shape.
He does get shoved on.
Maybe he was 3-betting to induce a light shove?
Call.
Mike calls! It's a race, and if Mike wins this flip, he'll win the PCA main event and become the first player with 2 EPT titles.
Good luck. Good luck.
King Jack runs down nines. It is over.
Nines holding on the flop.
Cringy flop for King Jack.
Panka the big favorite now.
That would finally be true.
We know Panka runs real good in races. He flips like a Romanian gymnast.
Mike McDonald has 6 outs.
King for the sweat.
If it's a king or a jack on the river, McDonald has done the double. It's a deuce. Panka doubles up and takes the chip lead.
And it starts all over again.
So close, yet so far. Right now, Dominic Panka has a big chip lead over Mike McDonald. He's first to speak. He has ace-deuce.
Pretty good hand, heads up.
Here comes the raise.
Raise it.
$500,000. Mike has 7-4 suited.
Definitely a hand he can call with, even though he's short. He can most certainly see a flop with this hand if he likes.
All in.
McDonald shoves!
Or he can see all 5 cards, maybe.
Can't please, but
I think this would actually be a loose call, given what Mike's shoving range should be. His range is mostly better aces and pairs. Ace-deuce not doing well against those hands.
call. Call.
Panka calls!
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Pardon me?
Didn't mean to slow.
No, no, that's perfectly fine.
This could be it. It's pretty much a flip. And if Panka wins, he is the 2014 PCA champion.
Come on, you better be a lucky dealer.
Technically, it'll be lucky for someone.
Jack 5 deuce. Panka now a 3-1 favorite.
Big whip for Mikey. Lump in throat time.
McDonald looking for a 7 or a 4. There's a 7! Ooh.
7 of hearts.
Well played. Play on, players.
Mike set for a double up unless the river card is an ace or a deuce.
Deuce.
It's an ace! Dominic Panka is the first ever Polish winner on the tour.
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
And Panka now #1 on Poland's all-time money list.
Really sick start to this kid's career. Handled himself like he's been there dozens of times before.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Nick Walsh.
We're here, three-handed, let's go.
And this is what we are playing for. 677K to the next player out, $1 million going to the runner-up, and 1.5 million going to the winner. And I think I'm right in saying, Joe will correct me if I'm wrong, no deal discussions yet. No one floating the idea of looking at the numbers.
No, unless it happened like, not that the deal would happen off the stage, but unless they kind of talked about it for a second off stage, no discussion.
I think next should Martirosyan go out in third place, and I'm not saying he can't make a comeback. He's got 20 bigs. It's not like he's in the danger zone, but if Martirosyan were to go out, and we know Datani and Neves, both Portuguese players, both clearly know each other, then maybe they'll look at whether they can even out the 500k difference between first and second.
Yeah, sure. It's an absolutely massive jump, especially when you consider that the buy-in for this event was 10K. I say just 10K, but I say just 10K in the context of a 500K jump is pretty significant. And I just wonder if the fact that they've already cleared $1 million, being such a sort of milestone number in terms of winning something like that in a poker tournament, whether that's enough for them to go, $1 million is going to change my life no matter what. Why don't we give them a show and play for the full 500?
That's true. That's a good point. And just 10K is the right way to look at it, bearing in mind that we have got a poker tournament starting tomorrow, which is a 25K. I do want to highlight once again that the PokerStars Players Championship is finally here. We have been waiting for this since August of 2019. That's when we announced it. And now, more than 400 Platinum Pass winners are in the Bahamas. I know that because I see them every time I want to go to the bathroom. They want selfies. They want to say hello. Bless them. Great to have them here. They're going to have welcome drinks this evening. They're going to take to the tables tomorrow, compete against the pros in this unique tournament, which is likely to have a first prize in the region of $5 million. And we will be streaming all 5 days live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
What do you think the number of Platinum Pass winners who absolutely destroy their chances tomorrow at the party tonight is?
I would like to think none. I would like to think that they are sensible enough to just have maybe 1 or 2 drinks, get to bed at a decent hour. This is a 25K. Why on earth?
It's a 0K for them.
I was going to say, I love what you're saying, James. I'm with you until they meet the tornado that is Joe and Nick and James, right? Like, you know, we're going to show them a good time, right?
We might not make it to the party if this final table goes the distance. And one thing I would highlight is there's still a lot of chips in play. We are now playing 45-minute levels. That does change the dynamic slightly. But if you're interested in what the widget says...
Oh, yeah, sure. I like the widget.
We should have a winner in either level 35 or level 36. And this is only level 31.
Yee!
Now...
Shorter levels now, though.
I would say once we get short-handed, and certainly once we get heads up, the widget becomes more a guide of how far can this go before everyone runs out of chips, rather than where will it end, because as we know, chip disparity, card distribution becomes a much bigger factor. It's more about what could happen rather than what should happen,
10 points?
or will happen.
4, okay. 13.2.
Tora Boro Man on YouTube asks, can you play these tournaments from the USA? No, you have to be in the Bahamas. Thank you for your question.
And again, if you're asking about the mini PCA series, which includes the mini PSPC, same answer in the sense that no, you can't play them from the USA, but you don't have to be in the Bahamas. You just have to be in a territory where PokerStars is offering real money gaming and offering these particular MTTs.
We in the chat makes a good point. Arlie should have landed by now. Okay, well, the chances of people actually making it to the 25K decreasing every time we get another one of those arriving. JK, we're going to a flop, guys. 10-8 suited. Does manage to make top pair here. Shark in the chat says, when is EPT going to the EU again? Our next stop will be Paris for the first time. And that is happening about a week and a bit after we land and return from the Bahamas. So it's coming up really, really sharpish. Jack of clubs on the turn here. Now top pair for Datani.
600.
Neves is going to continue, though, and I dig it. I feel like this is definitely a continue, despite the fact that Datani has managed to find one of his 6 overcards going to the turn. So we're on the river now. Deuce of hearts.
Do you check this back, Nick, and take the free showdown with a pair of 8s?
Yeah, I think I probably do. And yeah, you're going to be outkicked some of the time, even if you do have the best pair, or a pair, the same pair as the 8. The Deuce of Hearts obviously also completes a straight draw as well. But I think for the most part, Neves just plays his hand very, very standardly there. Lots of reasons to bet the turn. I know it comes to scare card, but you're also going to get looked up by some, you should get looked up by some worse pairs on the turn when you continue. You should also obviously still be getting value from the straight draws and the flush draws. You know, the Jack, although it does represent an overcard, will very frequently be a brick for your opponent where they have some of those combinations that I just described. Three-handed, James. This is where the real poker is played. I've always said that.
The real Oak asking if there's ever been an EPT in Germany, and Raksha pointing out yes, and I believe James has some interesting stories. Not going to tell those stories now, but yes, there was an EPT in Dortmund. There's a story behind that one.
Oh, yes.
And there was an EPT in Berlin, and there's a story behind that one as well.
Oh, yes.
$525.
525. All right, so there was a limb from Datani, the ace-10 of spades. Going to put in the raise, like it a lot. It's on the chunkier side here, but of course these guys are playing about 58 big blinds effective, so of course you're going to want to have bigger ISOs. As you get shallower, obviously, your ISO size is going to represent an increasingly large percentage of the total stack. Datani. Determined to put in the bluff limp raise with 8-3 off. The absolute polarization of it, James.
Love it.
I mean, he's going, okay, I'm going to do this with aces, and I'm literally going to do it with like 7 deuce off, 8-3 off, and I'm here for it.
Oh.
Neves says call, and we are going to the flop. One player has ace-10 suited in position.
Oh, no.
The other player is out of position with 8-3 offsuit.
This is some serious, serious business. We're going to the flop.
Which is ace-king 5. Datani, shut down. Stop. Although, a 4 on the turn. Something like that would be a funky sweat card.
Oh, man, honestly, I mean, I think the only way Datani wins this is if he absolutely convinces Neves he's sitting here with ace-king, kings, aces, and it's pretty tricky. $700,000 into a pot of 2.95.
I mean, three-handed, you're not going to be folding flops with top pair.
The only thing that makes this a bit weird, James, is, of course, it was limp raised. And as I sort of alluded to, it's going to be ridiculously strong, and then you're going to have a bunch of weird stuff like this, I suppose, once in a while, like at a very low frequency. So, you know, you're feeling confident about ace-10 here, three-handed, as you say. You're not going to be folding the flop. Absolutely no chance. But that it does not completely preclude Datani from legitimately representing a monster here and getting ace-10 to fold. But it's tough.
Well, let's see what happens on the turn. Jack of hearts.
I mean, if Datani really wanted to sell it, having the 3 of hearts or the 8 of hearts might convince him to put in a second barrel here. Quick check, though, from Datani, as expected.
1.1.
And now Neves takes over the betting at 1.1 million into 4.35 million. So that is going to even things. 81 big blinds for Michel Detani, 76 big blinds for Pedro Neves. Both players over 10 million. Artem Martirosyan playing less than 3 million. A sub-20 big blind stack. We are at the 100,000, 150,000 blind level. This is level 31 of the main event. Neves shoving on Martirosyan from the big blind. And if there's one thing I don't like, Nick, it's casual accusations of foul play being thrown around by people who don't know what they're talking about.
I mean, surely not. Where on earth would you find such people, James?
From your perspective, be 100% honest, does that just look like kind of an attempt by Detani, right? That was just creative play to try and win a pot, and obviously gave up on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's probably some individuals who could justifiably tell you that you are like legit supposed to be doing that with the very top of your range and the very bottom of your range. Honestly, I don't know what that exact range looks like, but yeah, I think it's a bit outrageous, guys in the chat. You guys are misrepresenting Twitch, and I'm always trying to convince James that Twitch is super, super cool. You guys got to be cool when he's here. Martirosyan coming in for a limp in the SB. Detani obviously going to be tempted to be more aggressive when there's limbs. Queen 4 of hearts, though, is a fantastic one just to check back and just take a flop. Has plenty of playability. And Martirosyan, despite going for a bit of a trap here with the King Jack, expecting a lot of aggressive all-ins or raises from Detani, puts himself in a bit of a precarious situation. And on the turn, Queen High flush now for Detani. Yeah, I think you got to have a bet here, James. You're not feeling like your opponent's going to give you a ton of money here, but if you don't bet the turn, you're not going to get value from the random hearts that might still go for a heart on the river. You're not going to get value from the straight draws. You're not going to get value from the turned pairs, maybe some trap top pairs in the flop, although that's not really the meta. Bets the turn, and unfortunately, no action from what is a very, very strong holding.
So we've got Pedro Marques, a former EPT finalist, on the rail. The Portuguese poker community very excited to see two of their guys, albeit from rival camps, at this final table. If they get heads up, I would point out that 2% of the starting field was Portuguese. 100% of the heads-up players will be Portuguese.
Do you know how much you have?
As I said a short while ago, not discounting Martirosyan.
I think we both have like
Yeah, I mean, Martirosyan just such a force.
Yeah, I'm 11.8. Yeah, I have 12 points something.
Okay, so Detani flopping best here, pairing his 7. Bet of 300,000. It's
Bit of a weird one, James. I feel like, you know, you could probably justify floating here because your opponent will bet this flop as a bluff a lot given the pre-flop action. You do have the ace of clubs, which is pretty significant, but
yeah,
I mean, it's one of those situations where I know a lot of you guys are being silly in the chat, but at the end of the day, they also want to eliminate the guy who's a short stack so they can ladder a very significant amount as well. So it's what a friend of mine once called implied collusion. And then that's not to say there's any actual foul play happening. It's just the sense that when you're on a final table, it is advantageous for players to be eliminated and therefore targeting them as short stacks and avoiding getting in big pots with other big stacks is going to be something you're going to want to do. And that's just part of the tournament dynamic, the final table dynamic.
Tatani with kings. And it's raise and take it.
Just no action whatsoever. That's a shame. Martirosian obviously being so far.
And now in the background, I can see the other Marques, Andre Marques, the part-time fisherman.
The PT fisherman himself. Yeah, that's a spot where I think, given the disparity in chips, James, you're gonna get some action with the kings because he's gonna defend as he's appropriately supposed to, and of course he's gonna be shoving a lot as well. Not afraid to take some risks to try and find a double.
Andre Marques was the WCOOP 2020 main event champion. He's had some huge scores live and online, but still goes out on that trawler at least 3 times a week. Nobody loves it more.
I love this bit. So good. PT Fisherman, such a beast.
1.1. 1.1. Yeah.
Tatani not messing around here, putting in the 3-bet versus that button open with the ace-queen off. Seems good. And look at the size as well here, guys. So the initial was 3. He's going to make it 1.1. So a little bit shy of a 4x 3-bet, which you're going to want to do when you're deeper like this.
Yeah. Just to quickly answer Zygote's question, did any of these 3 already win a big tournament? Yes, that player is Artem Martirosian. He is a former EPT champion, won Sochi in 2021. Also won a Super High Roller Bowl event, won a 25K High Roller at EPT Barcelona. He won 2 WCOOP events in one night, and he's only 25 years old. Martirosian has strawberries. 5-4. He's folded. 9 deuce off for Tatani. Well, if you're going to play 8-3, you've got to play 9 deuce.
Yeah, these learning these spots, these small blind versus big blind spots, and also, more importantly, the way that it changes when you're on a final table with the ICM considerations is really, 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 really important. Tatani thinks 9 deuce off is fine, and look at the flop.
That's a pretty good flop for 9 deuce.
I mean, when you're going to play 9 deuce, there's a handful of flops you want to see. 9 deuce trade rainbow, pretty good. It's definitely up there.
7 of clubs on the turn. Still nothing for Neves, who is now drawing dead.
Knew it was coming, James.
Leonardo asks, what is Arthur's name on PokerStars? He is Mar Arthur 1.
Yeah, name we see a lot around scoop time, around WCOOP time. Obviously, the boys in the booth right now doing a lot of coverage for those kinds of events.
Tatani, meanwhile, is known as Freelancers.
1.8.
Plays from Brazil.
No.
Portugal, not part of the global player pool
yeah.
on Stars.
Was this? Yeah. 1.875.
And for those of you interested, Artur Martirosyan currently lives in Mexico, Playa del Carmen.
Titani on the button with a very playable hand here. King 4 of hearts.
All in.
And finally pulling the trigger. This is one of the spots I was making reference to just now. As the by far shortest stack, ace-9 slam dunk chippy V push there. No sweat whatsoever.
Boa camisa.
Froyo has spotted the Titani Daytona. Complemented by the white bracelet on his other arm.
Okay, he doesn't need much to push here, James. Oh my days, is that enough?
Funny song?
Yeah, the problem is
Kind of.
you want to get value off this hand though, right? And
I check.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was gonna. I know he put the call on before we were chatting, but I was saying if he's gonna trap with hands like King Jack off in this seat, he's gonna put kings in there as well. Given he is actually slightly deeper than he was just now, but this is an action board. Titani doesn't have a ton of it, but I think probably you want to come out firing on these textures because you will have tons of bluffs when you limp and then you bet at Queen Jack 8. So just a small continue is probably balanced. Just like your old 1/3. Yeah, there it is, 150. That makes sense. Quick call from the bottom pair.
Titani does not improve on the turn. Martirosyan a 4-1 favorite.
Go big on the turn here, Martirosyan. Go big. 2.13 behind. He's got to size it in a way where he can get the rest on the river. But you do want to really punish the hearts. You do want to really punish the backdoor clubs. You want to really punish the straight draws. And you want to get max from the queens and the jacks here. Would be surprised for him to go to like 500K. 600, in fact.
And gets a fold from Titani. So Martirosyan chipping up there. Now playing closer to 20 big blinds, just shy of the 3 million mark. Titani still chip leader with 13 million. And still 25 minutes left on this level before the blinds go up to 100, 200.
2.9. $3 million without 25. Oh, it's how much? 3 million without 25. 3 million? Yeah? No, 2.9 without 25. 1.9? 2.9. Yeah.
$1.9, $2.9 was $1 million between friends.
Titani, small blind, 7-4 suited. Likely to see another limp here. Yeah, makes the call. Much more playable hand, though, this time than 9 deuce off. Neves might turn the 7-5 suited into a raise versus limp, though, which is really, really interesting. I think the check is also totally cool as well. But obviously, we saw him checking behind the King Jack in the same setup, blind v blind. It's interesting how sometimes the more medium strength the hand becomes, the less likely you want to raise it for fear of being limp raised like we've seen before. And Titani completely capable of that as well, James.
Yeah. Those of you asking what time we start tomorrow with our live coverage of the PSPC, 12:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time. It'll be the same start time every day apart from the final table on Friday, which will start at 1 p.m. local.
I started playing online and at the local casino, and I enjoy it, and here I am.
So Pedro Neves has every reason to smile. He will be coming into play tomorrow as the biggest stack.
First thing, good card. That's important, and being at the right spot. I tried to do my best in every decision. I didn't obviously do 100% of the decisions right, but the goal is to make my best decision. Maybe I'll win the trophy, maybe not. I'm certain that I'm gonna come here many more times. If it's not this time, will be the next one for sure.
Good to find out a little bit more about Pedro Neves, one of the 2 Portuguese players at this final table. We talked, by the way, about the fact that Ditani mostly plays from Brazil on Stars. Martirosyan now lives in Mexico. Pedro Neves lives in Luxembourg. And Martirosyan all in here with Queen 9 suited against Ditani's Ace-Jack. Martirosyan shoved small to big and got called. And not too bad a situation to be in, Nick.
Yeah, no.
6-4 underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very standard shove if you know your shoving range is blind v blind, especially as the shortest stack. And Queen 9 suited, still tons of equity here. 2 live cards and suited. You get a couple more percent for that.
Well, Ace High is holding on an 8-4-3 flop. Artur Martirosyan is the at-risk player and needs a queen or a 9.
10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds is a good one.
Board pairs on the turn. Martirosyan down to 14%. Has 6 out, still looking for a queen or a 9 and needs to hit on the river. The river card is an ace. Another appearance from Barry Greenstein, which will send the EPT Sochi champion to the exit. Martirosyan cashing out in 3rd place for $677,400. And we are heads up in the Bahamas. 2 players remain in the main event, both guaranteed at least $1 million. Playing heads up for 500K and the title and trophy. Congratulations to Martirosyan, another great result for one of the best in the game. But Portugal are going to be PCA champions. One of these 2 Portuguese players is going to take down the title. Ditani with 100 big blinds, Neves with 70 big blinds.
Okay.
And yes, I would suspect, Nick, they are interested in looking at the numbers.
I was about to bust out my Portuguese skills there, James. I'm pretty sure he said, do you want to do a deal? Sure, let's talk about it. Not the exact translation. Okay, granted, I was paraphrasing somewhat.
So here's a question for you, Nick. When was the last time 2 players from the same country got heads up for a major title?
Oh, why do you always do this to me? James, you're the encyclopedia.
I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay.
You were there.
Okay.
And it was not that long ago.
London.
Correct.
Thank you.
EPT London, Jack Sinclair.
And they were both
Ian Hamilton.
English. That's right. I knew that one, absolutely. These guys are super jazzed.
So, Ditani chatting to his rail. Neves, I think, has got some friends in the arena as well, who he'll probably be chatting with. I love the way Ditani is holding Raquel's hand right now.
This is sweet. The look of love.
Yeah, there's Neves' crew. So I think they're asking these guys whether it would be good to do a deal and what kind of deal they should be looking for based on their respective stacks. The clock is paused right now, and anyone unfamiliar with how this works, there will need to be a set aside. They will not be able to chop all the remaining prize money. They are going to have to put aside a decent sum and play for that along with the trophy.
Mas se fizermos acordo, tem que chegar para o troféu e para 150 mil. 150 mil por cento. Mas se podemos jogar para 500 mil, acho eu. Foi. Para 150 é possível. Ah, mais 300 mil por fora. Sim, mas depois não sei. É o que eu quero. Ok.
Neves is ready.
Looks like he's potentially chatting to his backers.
Not yet.
Oh, Nazar. João Vieira is Pedro Neves' poker coach and is clearly there to advise him.
Ou seja, 2.5 no total.
Locavas 1,41 e ele locava o restante para 2,50, 2,10. E ele locavas 1,41.
What I find fascinating is the prizes are 1.5, 1 million, and the stacks are 15 million, 10 million.
Yeah, quite right. I mean, it's pretty much spot on ICM, right?
So that's why I wonder, is there really a deal to be done here?
I mean, you know, it's
a difference of 5 million chips and a difference of 500K in prize money.
Right. That's very, very unique. And I mean, I think if there is a deal, it will probably go outside of the bounds of, you know, just looking at the numbers, so to speak, James. I feel like it's probably going to just be based on the fact they know there's going to be a hell of a lot of variance involved heads up, and they're going to try and flatten that out if that's what they want to have a discussion about now.
I should highlight, by the way, that neither player has said yet whether they're interested in doing a deal. They're asking their respective rails whether they should do a deal. Then they have to discuss with each other whether they want to do a deal, and only then will the tournament staff potentially facilitate a deal.
To the individual who says there's no ICM heads up, yes, I'm aware. We're making reference to the value of the chips as they pertain to the total prize pool, sir. Fear not. Thank you for your contribution.
So if you missed it, Martirosian was just dispatched in third place. He cashed out for 677K. We are heads up in the PCA main event. Michel Detani versus Pedro Neves, two Portuguese players competing for the title. Right now, the advertised sums are $1 million for the runner-up and 1.5 million for the winner. But there is the prospect, there is potential for a deal to be done.
Hadouken says Chat Pro Saturday was yesterday, right? Exactly, so watch it.
Já vou jogar para muito na mesa. É normal, não é? Tipo, assim, jogamos para 150, não é? Temos de jogar para 150, não é?
Podemos jogar, a menos que tu não queiras, mas podemos jogar, não é?
Não, quero jogar, quero jogar para... Quero jogar a sério.
Não, é isso. Tipo, eu estou a jogar a sério na mesma, que tu é bonito.
Claro.
É? Fica, eu estava a dizer, se não quiser, imagina, 150 eu acho que podemos jogar, está-se bem, não é? No tipo, se fosse muito, estava...
150 já locado 1,2, 1,1.
Sim, é isso. Exato, acho que sim.
Mas se fosse muito mais aqui, trocávamos por fora.
Era o que eu estava a dizer, mas acho que para 150 não dá. É jogar.
Para dar alguma pica, senão também não dá.
Exato.
Vai ficar chateado também.
Sim, é isso, tipo, está tudo...
Não vou ficar chateado. Eu levantar o troféu.
Still not 100% sure if they actually want to do a deal yet.
Okay, let me try and translate here, guys. Detani's saying, so what club are we going to later? No, I don't want to go to that one. I want to go to the one next door. God, we're going to be so rich after this.
There's only one club worth going to, and that's the Bond-themed club, Bond.
When we discover they've actually already made the deal, James, this is just them having a chat, having a good time, trying to plan their evening.
Sim, porque eu nem contei as fichas, nem vi nada, só que lá está tudo, nem tenho telemóvel, não é? Mas,
Queres fazer um break?
se quiseres,
Blue says, bring in the translation widget, please.
A break?
Can we do a quick break? Or? Yeah, we can, yeah. We can discuss, we already discussed.
Yeah.
It's already discussed, but after doing the deal, can we do a quick break?
Yeah, we're going to do it.
Discuss the deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about break.
Okay.
Nice work, Paul Jackson. Excellently handled there.
So they do want to discuss a deal. That will necessitate the presence of tournament director Toby Stone. He'll be armed with his trusty laptop. He has a widget of his own.
I was right after all, James. They already agreed the deal. They just wanted to have a break.
Se calhar perguntam ao Neves se quer, começamos a enfardar enquanto jogamos.
Pá, 30 e tal.
Não, que senão esta gente vai toda recambiada. Tudo expulso da Polarize, tudo com caralho. E eu também, que agora também estou de pé. Não me preocupe. O briga que é... O briga vai dar mais ou menos um 209 para mim. 1-7-1 para ele. E depois jogamos para 150 mil.
Eu tenho que ir ali para o quarto. Não é eu não vou dormir. Não dormes no quarto porque ele não está lá hoje. Vais dormir para a porqueira.
10.8 a 150 e depois sobe para 200. 10.8 são 40, 60, 65 para aí.
Oh, here we go. Here comes Toby.
He'll sort it out. Official laptop time.
Michelle.
Hi guys. So just a couple of things. First of all, you must play for 10% of remaining. And now that's 50,000 because you're both guaranteed 1 million for second. 50,000 is what 10% of remaining. So you're both guaranteed 1 million.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can play for more if you choose, but the minimum would be 50,000. Yeah. So just check your chip stacks. That should be your correct chip stacks here. Michael, sorry, Pedro, 10,850. Michelle, 15,825. And chip chop ICM is the same with 2 anyway, so these are your amounts. Okay. This is with playing for 50,000 already, and then the winner will take 50. If you choose to play for more, I can put that number in, and it's going to change this.
Yeah.
So that's up to you.
No, 50 is okay.
And
Ganhas sempre mais, não é?
Yeah.
Mas também. E quero o troféu.
Yeah, eu também estou pelo troféu. Okay, that's fine. We
You're
are
okay with
with
that?
the numbers. Yeah.
okay, cool. All right then. Yeah.
Is that it?
There you go.
I think Toby was surprised then, James.
So no going back to the rail, no trying to get an extra 50k. I've got an edge heads up. My mum's a multi-billionaire.
My family's worth 30 million.
1 minute.
Agora vai ser...
I guess that's it, guys. And we can see the numbers on screen. So Pedro Neves gets 1,183,000, and I think it was 1.26 million.
Looked like
for
it.
Michel Detani.
Something like that.
And then they'll play for 50k in the trophy.
Ora, já está a dar. Eu marquei jantar para as 9h30, ainda é super cedo. São... São 5 e 10.
Honestly, can we get a reaction of Toby just going, okay, great. I'm not sure what to do now. Incredible stuff.
Já tive, há bocado tive mais por causa da chuva máxima que tinha recuado. O que é que tinhas aí naquela que eu fiz limpo tribete?
Às 10.
Às 10? 8 terno off.
Yeah, so I've got verification on the numbers, guys. Pedro Neves will have locked up $1,183,037. Michel Detani, $1,266,963, and they will play for 50k. So, help me with my math. Even if Neves wins, he gets less money? Yes. Whatever happens, Detani will have won more money.
Mas é mais 20% que ele, não é? Pois, mais 33%.
Where's the human calculator when I need him?
É 20 que dá 40. É isso. É 60-40 as fichas, não é? Por isso, basicamente, eu ganho mais 10% que ele. Está a sair de maneira igual. Tipo, imagina, é como se o price pool fosse...
Thank you, Solala on YouTube, who says, I really appreciate them just doing the deal in the open and the tournament staff helping. It's so annoying when they go on a break to make an obvious deal behind the scenes and then pretend they didn't. Deals are a reality in poker. Transparency is important. don't think for 1 second that any live event, any tour which says we don't allow deals, the deals don't happen. They do. They happen behind the scenes. They're often not sanctioned by the staff. People get screwed over. Nastiness occurs. Once you have the paperwork all signed and sealed and the payouts are agreed, it's the best way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Transparency is always better.
Yes. Let's have a look at this. Then you can have a
Except, of course, if it's like curtains or something. You don't want transparency in those circumstances.
break, okay?
Okay.
Pedro gets 1.183, and when we play it, you get 50, the winner gets 50,000.
Going over the numbers one last time, and then I think they have to sign the paperwork.
We don't have phones.
And then, did I hear that right? They want to take a break?
Where do I sign? Here?
In this field.
Yeah.
So you just want to have a 5-minute break, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So see you back here around...
So, and you get 1.183,037, and if you win, you get 50,000.
Guys, the 10% is 10% remaining. So when you consider that both are guaranteed $1 million, they both locked up second place prize money. The remaining prize money was 500,000. Effectively, it was a heads-up battle for 500K. So 10% of that is 50.
Mas olha que é pesado, não sei se consegues levá-lo.
Deal done, paperwork signed. And it seems that they have agreed to take a break. I mean, why not? When they return from break, we will play Heads Up in the Bahamas for the PCA main event trophy. Still playing for $50,000. Yes, they've locked up a 7-figure score. 50K is not an insignificant sum. Who here would not take a heads-up battle for 50K seriously?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's still 5x you're buying, guys. Let's not forget that.
So it's done.
Many players played for many, many, many more days and way, way longer hours in order to get anywhere close to a 5x on their money.
I'm not sure because maybe it's...
I think it's going to be a very short break, by the way. We're talking like 5 or 6 minutes, 7 tops.
Yeah, that's true.
So don't go anywhere.
I never made
if you want to see how this plays out, how this concludes, especially if you've been following the action from the start of day 2.
Yeah, it's a quick break. He asked for a break, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to Paris. I already won the seat. So, yeah, okay.
So yes, we will continue the action here at Bahama in Nassau. We will play down to a winner in the PCA main event with the PSPC starting tomorrow. And a reminder that the mini PSPC starts tomorrow as well, and registration is open. So a short break for the final 2 players, and then Michel Datani and Pedro Neves will return to the main stage. They will play heads up with the trophy and title on the line, plus $50,000 in additional prize money. We'll recap the terms of the deal when we come back, and we will conclude the PCA 2023 main event. Back inside the next 10 minutes.
This is so disgusting. $1 million difference.
It really is, coming off the back of that, just greater than $200,000 pay jump straight into a heads up for close to $1 million. This really is an absurd structure.
Elke raising with ace 7 of hearts. Lee Jones at the bar, still waiting for service.
They're just shocked by the fact that he didn't order booze. You want what? Do we even have soda?
Well, Khan makes a call pre-flop. It's got a very playable hand, not one that really wants to get 4-bet or can get value from a 3-bet. And a huge flop for Elke. Flops trips Snap checks behind.
And of course, Khan has paired his jack. And now picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Well, this is kind of a cooler heads up.
Yeah, Khan looks for a value bet on the turn. Can, of course, get called by some dominated pairs. Something like deuces through tens that checks back the flop would be sticking around for one. Occasionally, some smaller flush draws as well, or bare flush draws would make the call. But Elke puts in that raise on the turn, having checked back. Here's a double flush draw board as well. Khan would have been looking to get called by some diamonds. His decision now has to come from how often does Elke check back this flop and have a hand that wants to bluff, right? Is it not very easy for something like 9-10 to just c-bet the flop? Do too many of Elke's bluffs just bet the flop? Is checking back and raising the turn always going to be strong? Even if it is, he still has outs to improve to the club, so we see him peel. But he won't like a brick river, or rather a diamond completing river. So if somehow Elke was bluffing with diamonds on the turn, those improved as well. It's a very, very rough spot for Khan at this point. Has to be a check back on the flop and a pure bluff on the turn.
That's 1.1 million. I call.
Elke gets value on the river as Khan calls the 1.1 million. That's going to put some distance between them.
Yes, it sure will. Just the river alone was $1 million, huh?
Yeah, huge pot for Elke. Great start to the heads up.
So he has
James, you were there for this, right?
Correct.
How long do you remember this heads up taking in real life?
I said to Spraggy, the whole final table was pretty quick. I remember the party outside started at 7 p.m. and we were there for the start of it.
Okay, wow. Considering they started at 5 p.m., that's very...
Вихвалювали після матчу з Салернітаною за його сейв в самісінькому кінці. Після удару Кшиштофа Пьонтика. Подача в штрафний. Кріс Смольних б'є і далеко не найвищий Маріо Руй головою грає на перехопленні. А потім Даніело Орсато фіксує фол в атаці. Не надто багато суперників. Тому передача ліворуч. Кварацхелія. І проти нього також двоє. Маріо Руй наквічу Кварацхелію, а тепер вже один опонент проти нього, і той не встигає накрити. Подача у штрафний. Віктор Осімхен б'є м'яч у сітці воріт. 14-й його гол у цьому сезоні. І здавалося, що Рома закривається, здавалося, що Рома величезною кількістю футболістів обороняється, робить це дисципліновано, розумно, грамотно. Але як же Осімхен опустився прямісінько на Осімхена, пролетів над головою у захисників, зокрема у Ібаніса. Осімхен спочатку приймає грудьми, після того на стегно і третім дотиком завдає потужного удару під попереджену в ближній кут. Руя Патрісіо, чи можна звинувачувати? А спробуйте прийміть такий удар. Не виглядав зірковим, удар з Рахмані б'є головою мільйонів євро. Подача штрафний, Рахмані б'є. І він порушує правила, ще й передати Баніс на Крістанти на Матича. Хороша передача. Матич на капітана на Пелегріні. Лоренцо погано підробив. Ударив його пост. Здавалося, що мусить ця атака Роми зупинитися. Пробив передачу Пелегріні. Та зрештою вдалося неприкритим ніким пробити Пауло Дібалі. Він цей напівмомент, навіть на четвертинний момент використати не зміг. А я вам нагадую про збір коштів фандрейзингової платформи United24 на перший в світі флот морських дронів. Для того, щоб російські військові кораблі покинули акваторію нашого Чорного моря. Або ж опинилися на її дні. Це вже на їхній розсуд. Розбирається на фланзі. Ірвін Лосано, штрафний майданчик. Осімхен красиво скидає на Желінського. Той лівіше, Квіча Кварацхелія. Гострий кут проти нього. Залевський не дозволяє виконати якісну передачу. Смольник буває м'яч за межі штрафного. Желінський. і його протистоянні з Ірвіном Лосано. До останнього заважав своєму опоненту Ірвін Лосано. Недаремно спровокував технічний брак. Я вам нагадую, що спонсор показу компанії «Приймач», народжені в Україні, заряджені перемагати. Руй Патрісіо вибиває м'яч вперед. Замбонгіса праворуч. 1-1. Ірвін Лосано проти Ібаніса. Легко тікає від бразильця. Прострілює низом. Голову підставляє Віктор Осімхен. На 45-й хвилині ледь рахунок не став 2-0. Якби 2-0, все. І Хвіча щойно не пробував. А момент мав. А ось втрата від Кім Мін Дже. Пішла праворуч передача на Дібалу. Дібала на Пелегріні. Пелегріні штрафний. І удар з лету. Алекс Мерет. Тайм жодного удару точно по його воротах. І перехоплення м'яча, точніше втрата від Кім Мін Дже. Пішла передача, яка здавалася, оскільки його колектив не мусить дозволити собі відірватися від землі і витати десь там у хмарах. Стефан Ель-Шарабі виходить замість Леонардо Спінацоле. Відразу ж на старті другого тайму. Цікаво, що Рома з Пауло Дібалою, без нього це дві різні команди. І це в очковому еквіваленті так само вимірюється. Подача від Пелегріні. Наполі знову відбувається на підбиранні. Рома. М'яч повертається в штрафний майданчик. Манчіні бореться з Осімхеном. Удар по воротах. І Манчіні вперед. Лоренцо Пелегріні бореться із Еміром Рахмані. І здавалося, що Рахмані не найкращим чином скидає м'яч в боротьбу. Та все завершиться гострою атакою Наполі. Лосано прострілює Хвіча. Мінус прийом, мінус гострий момент. Зовсім ні. Абрахам на фланзі. Ді Лоренцо проти нього з підстраховкою від Лоботки. Штрафний майданчик. Пелегріні в падінні відпасовує. І м'яч доходить до Залевського. І в штрафному майданчику правою ногою в ближній кут не влучає. Залишає м'яч Дібала для Пелегріні. Лоренцо навішує на ближню стійку. Сейв від Алекса Мерета. І підчищають партнери на лінії вратарського майданчику. Просять пенальті гравці Роми. І одночасно продовжують атакувати ще один навіс. Кім Мін Дже. Кріс Смолінг опускає м'яч додолу. І Баніс б'є. І буде кутовий. Соле статусом нашого поєдинку. Стрім голов. Чоко Лосано. Ірвін Лосано тягне м'яч. Праворуч і ліворуч є партнери. Мексиканець пробиває. Сам він пробиває так, щоб спровокувати сейв від Руя Патрісіо. Ти, напевно, більше радий від цього, аніж ні. А ми дивимося, як Лосано підробляє свій м'яч. Правіше, натякаючи на те, що може відпасувати на партнера, але водночас і підпрацьовуючи собі під удар. І пробує зі своїм голкіпером. Замбонгіса красиво п'ятою на Желінського. Желінський на Ді Лоренцо, той ще правіше. Ірвін Лосано. Штрафний навішує Осімхен. А от далі загадка. Що ж воно робити із цим неаполітанським клубом з найкращим захистом всього чемпіонату Італії? Віктор Осімхен отримує жовту картку в їхньому протистоянні з Крісом Смолінгом. Нерви першими здали саме у нігерійців. Ірвін Лосано сьогодні надзвичайно швидкий, динамічний, ввімкнутий в гру. Ірвін Лосано один із найкращих гравців цього поєдинку. Незважаючи на те, що результативної дії жодної він не відзначився. Жовту картку абсолютно заслужено отримує Стефан Ель-Шарабі. Зносить він Віктора Осімхена. І Баніс красиво в один дотик на Матіча передачі від Ель-Шарабі. Серб праворуч є Залевський. Пішла на нього передача. В четверо партнерів в штрафному майданчику. Далі пас. Манчіні навішує Кім Мін Дже. Знову він. Залевський. Навіс від нього і на дальній стійці Стефан Ель-Шарабі. Рахунок стає 1-1. Вгадайте, хто. Подача від Манчіні. Кім Мін Дже. Дивимося на Ель-Шарабі, хто його опікає. Ірвін Лосано. За спини у нього встигає виставити свою ногу. Ель-Шарабі, не просто виставити ногу, активно піти на м'яч і пробиває Алекса Мерета. Без сухого поєдинку сьогодні голкіпер Наполі. Рахунок стає 1-1. І чи заслужений цей гол? Можливо, вона не зовсім створювала, але вона достатньо багато намагалася загострювати. На чужій половині поля була з м'ячем. Ірвін Лосано з поля пішов. Віктор Осімхен. Разом з ним Распадорі і Сімеоне з'являються. Але дійсно засліпити фанат. Все, стінка є, свисток прозвучав. Желінський ще Распадорі, Распадорі б'є і в цю стінку влучає. Прямісінько в груди Крісу Смолінгу. Матіас Олівейра навішує Смолінг. Знову він. Був би він шотландцем, назвали б його левовим серцем.
Tani has raised from the button. And looks like a call from Neves. And we've only seen Datani's hand so far, which is 10-3, so we know he has a pair of 10s. We are sweating with Michel Datani, Nick.
Absolutely. Oh, he might put it in the box now. There you go, 9-5 off.
Ugh.
That's a bit of a wider defend here, given the open from Datani. So I think just a bet and a take it a lot of the time here.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Shout out to Curling Master in the chat, a regular from my stream. You're not all casino managers like James. Absolutely not. He's the big boss here.
Did you check your work permit to see what your job here is?
I don't know if I've received it yet. I'm sure it's here somewhere, but
I think
if it's something comical, I'll let you know.
Please do. So Neves first to act here in the small blind on the button. Ace-Jack.
400.
Raises to 400,000. Michel Datani in the big blind. Has Ace-5 suited. Artisanal sourdough in action and a call from Datani. And we will see a flop. And that flop is Ace-10 deuce with one club.
Oh, James, this could get expensive. Both players making top pair heads up. Obviously, Datani with the backdoor straight draws and backdoor clubs as well. even more incentive for him to stick around facing some aggression on the flop. And I don't think Neves ever misses a continuation here.
No, Datani checks to Neves, who bets 225,000. And Datani will make the call, taking us to the turn.
4 of clubs would be ridiculously spicy.
How about the queen of clubs?
That'll do as well. Now Neves with the gut shot to Broadway as well.
Yeah, Neves still 62% favorite. 11% chance of a chop as Datani checks for a second time.
850.
And a bet now of 850,000 into a pot of 1.4 million.
Yeah, really sizing up now. Really wants to punish. Datani's not going anywhere, though. There's a 0% chance he's folding this hand. I mean, I can think of a few rivers that would get really ugly here, James.
Calls again. We are going to the river. We have a pot of 3.1 million. The river card is the 3 of clubs. That is the nut flush for Datani.
Oh, and a quick check as well.
Checks a third time.
Snap checks with the backdoor clubs.
$2.1.
Neves goes big. 2/3 pot, 2.1 million.
Oh, he's fallen right into the trap, James.
And just double checking, Datani has the nuts, so has to raise. The question is how much?
He's got to go for all of it at this point, right?
And
I mean,
if he does that, there's some flush, 2-pair straight combos out there. Neves doesn't have to call this off.
No, absolutely not. However, there are plenty of combinations that probably feel inclined to do so every time, so you just go for all of it.
That's a time bank card.
That was a very flamboyant time bank card. I honestly think, given the action, you just got to go for max.
All in.
He does pull the trigger. Datani shoves, and it is all into call for Pedro Neves. But as we were just highlighting, Nick, there's a lot of hands out there that beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, plenty of just like ace deuce, ace 3, that kind of thing. But the thing is, James, they probably would just flat on the river here, right? They wouldn't be check raising this river. They'd be too concerned about king, jack, ace 10, ace queen, aces, queens, 10s. He's going to have a very slim range here. And it's going to be strong a lot of the time.
Well, to use the time-honored quote from Scotty Wynn back in 1998, you call it's all over, baby. Neves calls here with just top pair. It's over. And the trophy will be presented to Michel Datani. All the time bank cards. All the time in the world.
Can I get a gif of that, please, immediately? That is a meme in the making right there, James.
How many did I spend?
Seriously, though, chat, somebody please make a gif of that. I absolutely must have it immediately. What a moment, pushing all the time banks in.
Datani willing a call. Still has a few time bank cards to burn through. Big decision. Neves is counting how much he'll be left with if he folds. The answer is 6.83 million, and he'll still be alive. If he does call, he'll have no chips left. He'll be the runner-up.
I think the fact he just won $1 million might also play into this call somewhat, James, if he decides to make it.
Well, guaranteed better than second place prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive score already.
He locked up 1.18 million in the deal they agreed. He's got a single chip in his hand. He makes the call, and that will do it. Datani has done it. He is the champion of the PCA 2023 main event. Two Portuguese players heads up for the title and trophy. Having agreed a deal, they are playing for an additional 50K, and that money plus the title and trophy will go to Michel Datani. Freelancers Online, he is the champion. Made the flush on the river, shoved on his opponent, got him to call it off, and we have our winner. What a great final hand, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. We've gotten so lucky with our final hands of late, and I'm here for it. As we said, with that kind of a run out, we knew that top pair for both players was going to be a difficult one for either player to avoid getting some chips in the middle, but that run out just so perfect. And the trap check on the river, so sweet, James.
Celebrating with his partner, Raquel. Add an additional 50K to the 1,266,963 that he locked up in the deal struck with Pedro Neves.
Mas por acaso achei que ele estava a pensar com melhor. Achei que ele não tinha dado valete. Já estou arrependido.
Yeah, there was no shortage of run good for Datani, but also incredibly solid poker as well.
And celebrating with the rest of the polarized poker team. That's Rui and F's team.
Another legend in the game, absolute crusher, live and online.
Pá, eu disse para trocarmos, eu ia trocar contigo para aí 30%. Obrigado.
This is Michel Datani's breakthrough moment on the live poker scene. He's been on the European circuit for a few years. He said it's the first time he's made the final table of a major live event, and he's taken it down. He's a winner. He's a champion.
What a beautiful moment. That's just awesome to see.
Vá lá. Eu tive quase para poupar, achei que era demais. Depois daquele 8 terno. Pedir em casamento.
Congratulations to our runner-up, Pedro Neves. Got more than second place prize money, courtesy of that deal, $1,183,037, talking to Israel, which includes his coach, João Vieira, Ol Nazar. I mean, I was entertained by this whole final table, Nick. I'll be honest, I've been entertained by this whole tournament.
Yeah.
We've done so well with feature tables throughout. From when we started covering this on day 2 of the PCA main event, all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look at that gorgeous white dial Datani Daytona.
Datani Daytona, indeed.
estou à espera que os gajos tragam. Esta é a pior parte agora. Mediatismo e não sei o quê. Okay? É mais mitos? Obrigado. São 3 números.
$1,316,000, 963 on top of that.
Okay.
And very shortly, he'll be receiving the Champions Trophy.
Bastante calma a partir de agora.
Trabalho.
E eu, ação?
Nada, tu tinhas bocadinho, uma pinguinha.
How's it going?
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk to me here. We'll do a little interview. Okay,
Yeah, you
great.
are the commentator.
Yes, Joe Stapleton.
Yeah. I know.
Let's run through what happened today at this final table with 6 players returning. And on the very first hand of the day, Jamil Wakil was all in against Christoph Chick. Chick fluffed a flush, and we were down to 5. A huge pre-flop confrontation saw Chick at risk with pocket kings against Alex Raymond's ace-jack. An ace on the flop meant that a devastated Chick busted in 5th. A huge cooler gave us the biggest hand of the tournament. Raymond's pocket queens couldn't catch up to Pedro Neves' kings. And then former EPT champion Artur Martirosyan lost a flip to become our 3rd place finisher. So we had an all-Portuguese heads-up battle. Players agreed a deal, and that flush on the river saw Michel Datani emerge victorious. Let's go down to the floor. Let's join our winner. He's talking to Joe Stapleton.
Michelle, I heard you say in an interview that you had never been this deep in a tournament before, and that was 2 days ago. So you've definitely never been this deep in a tournament before. Then you seem like you were just trying to enjoy the ride. What about right now?
Yeah, it's true. I've played like, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 main events, and I've never passed the 3. I always bust at the end of the day, always something, or I play bad or a suck out, something like that. So it's hard to believe I'm here right now.
You told me a few seconds ago your biggest live score was around $200,000. You just won $1.3 million. Tell me how that feels.
That feels pretty good. I like it.
Pretty easy question, that one. Finally, this felt like a tournament full of killers. Did you feel like a killer walking into this?
Not walking into this because the competition was tough. My opponents were very good. But I think I played well, and the cards helped a lot. We need to run good to win these kind of things.
And how about now? Do you feel like a killer now?
Yes.
He is a killer. One last question. Portugal made up 2% of the total field of this, but 100% of the heads-up field. What is going on with poker in Portugal?
Yeah, that was amazing. I don't remember how many players we were at the beginning, but I remember when we were 60, there were like 6 or 7 left, and we kept the 10% until right to the end. I remember when I started playing EPTs, most of us never could do a deep run, never could go very far, and now we are doing heads-ups. So I think it's very good.
It's been a long time since we have had a Portuguese winner in one of our major events. Is there anything you want to say to the country of Portugal?
Vamos!
Vamos! And let's say to Michel, congratulations to our PCA main event champion, Michel Datani.
And of course, that is not us done. A reminder that we are going to segue tomorrow into the PSPC. The PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship starts on Monday. It's a 5-day event. We'll follow every single day of it. But this is how the PCA main event finished. A deal agreed between the 2 Portuguese players, Pedro Neves and Michel Datani, with Datani emerging victorious, claiming the biggest amount.
Right. On it. What did you say? Sly rack won't. Moving. Easily They're under attack. What did you say? Right. I'll go where I'm needed. On the move. The enemy could be anywhere. Do we need backup? Maybe I can control Slyrack now. I don't back down from a fight. Seems like an easy trade. I remember my training. I won.
Beware the dragons. To wing, they strike. On Ember wings. Dragons have no need for speed.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It could be this way.
There's
Pleasure. You right. I'll go where I'm needed. Fire it well. The
it's a
enemy.
very interesting gank. Just running into Nixon.
Ready for action. Arcane power.
Bottom.
On the move.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You cannot prepare for this. What trap?
I feel like
where are they hiding?
Can't really go radiance.
Destroy all cover.
I'm so happy.
So dragon. Silence before the firestorm.
Let's go. Get there in one piece. Stay a little away. The only reason you brag about bar fights is because you never got in one with me.
To war. This is the way. Radiant sky. Triple kill. You just us.
Much appreciated.
I type of hero. Don't use any brain system.
Dragons have no need for stealth.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I almost have radiance.
I blaze a wide trail.
Moving.
They're doing. It's coming.
On it.
Hey.
Time to end this battle. Gotta move. I like it.
Don't.
Do we need backup? Let's go. It could be this way.
Let's work.
sorry, friend. I'll go where I'm needed. You're under attack.
Don't waste my breath. Destroy all cover. Monster kill.
Throw another hero
Oh.
on the fire.
An easy source.
Stay alert. We can all see where this is going. Right. Forget it. I'll cut through them all. The enemy's the anywhere. Gotta get out of here.
Is about to begin.
Ah, regeneration. On my way. Run.
The great end. All insects to me. Fly.
Actually, okay.
Dire destination. Despite temporary hardships,
Radiant
I
structures
scorch
are
a
fortified.
greater path. I am unaccustomed to hiding. With the will of thunder. Arcane wings. My more I gather. This is the way. Double kill. Soon a path of fire.
I need help. I don't. We're under attack.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Pleasure. Attack. Enough talk. Gotta move.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
On the move. So much for the element of surprise.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Forget it.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Let's get into some trouble. Let's go. On it. I won with the thunder.
Silence before the firestorm.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
For my ire.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Smell them.
Guys, DK tutorial. Do this in your box, and I'm sure you're gonna win. By Radiance and Charge. Even the taunts are coming soon. That's the hilarious part. Coming soon taunts. Blaze excited, waiting for a taunt. Teasing with a taunt.
On the track. Oh. To battle. Agreed. No. Claws out. I'll take that. To battle. I'm under attack. On the trail. First blood.
Dire's courier has been killed.
A short migrator. Under attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fight or flight.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Enough said. A short migration. To battle.
Blink.
On the field.
Whoops. Got deep.
Enough said.
Blink TP top.
You should pray. You are prey. Bloodsport. Whose spore is this? Feed the beast within.
Help, please.
I run.
Fucker here. He's just dying to my. He just died to my boy. Oh, I had Tumbler, but Jack was waiting for me. But anyways, forgot.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, yes.
Up. Actually,
A
alive.
short
You're killing them here.
migration.
Good enough.
It's not time yet.
Holy.
Fight or
I'm not there, boys.
Tower
I'm not
is under
diving.
attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
That is trying to keep us in the game, actually.
On
Just
the
didn't know we
trail.
smoked. Oh, he's watching my stream. Dead for me.
I scream bloody murder. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, nice.
A short migration.
Oh.
Your elements return to nature.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's one life spent. Bloodsport. You should pray. You are prey.
His brain is so big.
Never mind. Get catch. Is there?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Can't do shit.
Your bottom tower is under
Minus 30 happened, yes. Was expected.
Stay frosty.
Let's fucking move this. So that. Let's go first.
On the track.
Nope, nope.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. To me. Enough said.
Your top tower is under attack.
Killing spree. Sharper
Your
up
top
on
tower
the
is
trail.
under attack.
I run.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Coming.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
A short migration.
Back behind, get up. Back here, Jack is here.
Oh, you're not going to.
On the track. There you are. I run.
这大概就是年轻人的操作吧。
Fight or flight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The drums, boys, the drums. So strong.
The guy really wanted to kill everyone.
Oh.
You will never take.
You know me. I thought I was alive. Feel like I would have been.
Oh, yes.
Smart. Oh shit. It's not good, boys. Jump failed.
To battle.
What? I need a dagger.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Think roar.
Your middle tower
I
has
fight
fallen.
boys, except I don't have EKB.
Your middle tower is under attack.
EKB ready, this could be a fight.
Enough said.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, so useless if I don't have EKB. Let's do it. Shut. Don't mind, waiting. Fight, except Jack will clean up.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fight or flight.
Coming.
Not my fault they don't duck.
This way.
Hey, red. Oh shit, that's bad. I'm like this. Dead. Still have the ward some. We never demorded it. Oh, we never demorded it.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Unfortunate.
Survival of the fittest.
Roshan has fallen to the down. Nova, I declare a month of
His brain is
Got
so
it.
big.
Your top tower is under attack.
On the trail.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under
It's not even my birthday.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
That's fine, we give one in. Get to next Fisher. Oh. I'm still here.
Your
Go on the cup.
bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, actually, skip them. They just have big beers in stun. Ruins my axe also. Unfortunate.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, GG.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Stop it.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. is under attack.
Oh, it's BZM.
You got it. Forward. I'm under attack. Rock on. Going. You haven't got the skill. I got no goal for you.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Smash them. Sure. Rolling out. Yes.
Oh, they're in the jungle. Just died 3 times already. Oh, it's the Ember from last game. He's a good player. I don't know if this guy even dies.
I gather no loss.
Yes, is this so far?
Rolling to the soil. Here's a carbon footprint for you. Better go. I'm not ready.
Don't run off.
Forward. Yes. It's not time yet. You're more than I could. Shut away. Sure.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Head for the quarry. I gather no.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's fine. I'll get in for you.
A rolling stone. Rock on. Rolling up. Knock you back to the Stone Age. Yes. Dominating. Of course. It's not time yet. Tiny coming in. Rolling stone. Not yet. I'm not ready. Tiny coming in. Zap into the bottle with you. It's not time yet. I'll go. Shadow forward.
Victory is 10
I'm not ready now.
decapitation.
Yes. Into the bottle with you. Rolling. It's not time now. I gather no
There you go.
I'm not ready. Head for the quarry.
Ooh, they never miss.
I'm not ready.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Of course.
Bitch.
Dire structures are fortified.
I cannot give it to him. There he
For
is.
all the times you skipped me on the river.
Oh, cast west.
Rock on. Illusion. I got not yet. Head for the quarry. Rolling. I gather no. Sure. We've a quarry to settle. Look out for falling rocks.
At this point, this Nina is just a distraction. So not even care too much about him.
Shipping go kill him.
Rolling. I'm not ready. It's not time yet. Tiny, coming in. Head for the quarry.
I know I can trust you guys.
It's not time yet. I'm under attack. Rolling out. Of course.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Tiny, coming in.
Dire structures are falling.
I gather no. Triple kill. It's not time yet. You got it.
Shit.
Not play. Head for the quarry. My doesn't die.
Trust you guys.
You made your bed up. Now die.
Give me touch target.
For the quarry.
Oops.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Put aside.
Dire's turret has been killed.
I call this gasp. A rolling stone. Of course. I'm not ready. Not so fast. It's not a light.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Rolling stone. Sure. It's not time yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not time yet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Why can I not sell?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, something happened with my hero.
He's dead, man.
Someone
Help me!
Nope.
Fuck. No! Leave me alone! Rip, rip, rip.
10 seconds remaining.
Just gonna go stats, there's double melee. Like, sell the circuit, buy some mangoes.
Ripper. Oh, suss it. Get off me! Wicked. I'm under attack. You smell something?
I take what I please. Okay.
Caught up.
Dude! He actually reached me. Secure the rune.
A reckoning. Yeah. Oh, suss it. In the string. Here's a happy little fella. Leave it.
It's fine.
Everything got just a little bit keener. Takes a sip.
Many before you have time.
Time to kill something? I don't normally go for footwear, but these are kind of nice. Pause a peddling.
Your top tower is under attack.
Always watch where you're walking. I'm always on the right trail. Although we run.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. The enemy's
Always a
bottom
sticky
tower
head.
has fallen.
You smell something?
Your top tower is under attack.
Got ya! Got heaps of books! Yeah! Nah, yeah. Just follow my trail. And always use
Radiant's turret has been killed.
any blood trail right in the eye. Yep. My crunch. Nice.
Shadows take us.
Couldn't stop me. You look all sweet. It'll go the distance. It's all on me.
You wanted out,
It's a
didn't
bingo. No worries.
Right.
It's how I live. I choose to listen. No making exceptions. We'll be fine.
Oh boy. Holy shit, it worked.
Time to kill something? I'm in the groove. Stand right here. There it is. Pause a peddling.
don't know what you are doing, my friend, but I'll just kill you. My sword just arrived.
Oh, mate! This one must really got any scrub. Yeah.
You're not inside the monkey ult too.
Go fight, please.
We'll run this way. This is something real. Under attack! This is gourmet cooking around in the trees. What's a now I should tell you, I don't usually kill my victims straight away. Nah, yeah. This way looks clear.
He forced me. I just turned. Don't really need it, I'm already top. Someone can fight off.
Looks like this is goodbye. No, it's what I do.
Oh, I don't have dust.
Spruce, okay now.
It's nice.
It's nothing to it.
I don't have dust. Ah, so close. Nice try. Gonna help a lot.
Behind us too.
They wasted everything. We'll just wait.
It's so useless. Kill them.
Drinking time. Right. Did you see a punch move?
Go.
Go, don't let him hide me! Yeah. Now you gotta work for it.
Got him, I guess.
Makes me feel all warm. Tail and trailing. Bad intel. Spruce the place up a bit.
For sure.
Just follow my trail.
Maybe not.
No monkey in position right now. No monkey.
Monster kill.
This way. Yep. Leave it. Yeah, don't get a big step. Gotta do some better. No worries.
It's like, can I take Aegis?
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
I'm pretty sure I do more with it.
Can I catch?
Prize is mine.
Rattle the dogs. Right. So it's coming right out with it. Now you
Yeah, blink? No blink.
That's the money. Always on the right trail. Don't let him hide. How about short?
I don't know, something happened with my hero.
I'm under attack. I know just the truth. No, someone
Help me!
No. Let's get started.
I'm going
Nah,
base.
yeah, I know.
Maybe not. We're still fighting.
Not far, is it?
Oh, another stun.
Piece of piss. Yes.
Fuck. No! Leave me alone!
What? This?
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
It's stuffed. No worries.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Shadows take us. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Got me scrod.
Лоботка рухає м'яч Наполі. Не сказати, щоб він це робить активно. Желінський вперед з розвороту. Удар по воротах, м'яч у сітці. 11-й гол. Вона насолоджується цим забитим м'ячем. Контроль в центрі. Знаходить простір. Желінський відпасовує на Джованні Сімеоне. Він приймає м'яч спиною до воріт суперника. Робить все круто. Робить все так, що немає в чому йому дорікнути. Єдиний, кому можна дорікнути, це Крісу Смолінгу. Бо надто вже легко аргентинець його обхитрив. Показав. Все сприяє тому, аби ці колективи набирали очки. У Роми далі зустріч з Кремонезе в Кубку. Можливість вийти до півфіналу. Далі гра з Емполі. Закидання в штрафний майданчик. Белотті під удар. Едуардо Бове. Питає Пауло Дібала. Сумніваюся, що вдасться Ромі вирвати перемогу. Нічию можливо, та не з такими початками атак. М'яч вискакував до Распадорі, а на підбиранні Олівейра. Продирається він далі. Распадорі в ближній кут. Сейв від Руя Патрісіо. Акомо. Олівейра ні звідки виникнув. М'яч відібрав. Протягнув вперед. Распадорі б'є в ближній. Даніель Орсато не поспішає свистіти. Аут для римлян. Орсато дозволяє його виконати. Дивиться на годинник. Каже, час ще є. Шараві навішує. Манчіні не пробуває на підбиранні. Джалеросі. Пауло Дібала. Знову штрафний. Відбувається Наполі. І саме зараз все одно не час. Все одно є ще змога у Роми провести атаку. Стефан Шараві залишаючи м'яч у горі. Подача від нього. М'яч не виходить підійняти. Боротьба шалена. Ось це той матч, який ми з вами хотіли бачити. Ось це. Є ще Джалеросі. Пауло Дібала. Знову штрафний. Відбувається Наполі. І саме зараз все одно не час. Все одно є ще змога у Роми провести атаку. Стефан Шараві залишаючи м'яч у горі. Подача від нього. М'яч не виходить підійняти. Боротьба шалена. Ось це той матч, який ми з вами хотіли бачити. Ось це. Ті пристрасті, ті емоції, на які ми з вами сподівалися, ми їх отримали в самісінькому кінці. І 7 компенсованих сплинули для того, щоб Наполі відсвяткував свою чергову перемогу у цьому сезоні. Вони безпрограшні в поточній кампанії вдома.
Trending time.
10 seconds left. You've trained hard to be here. Real hard. I've seen you. Not watching you in secret or anything. All about
I usually try to outwit my foes, but none of them.
What is happening?
Say hello
First
to
kill
my
goes to
little
the killer.
friend.
Nice one.
First blood. Which way, Mortimer? Like my step? No. Kickback style.
Look at those structures. It's five.
Run and gun. Snap attack. Bushwhack.
It's quenched.
My wick's still burning. Yours flickered out.
It's good.
Yeah, the bug.
Perfect. I kill bottom. This guy gets the lane. This guy can still free farm. I get to do whatever I want.
All over.
Rest. Nothing's going to waste. Kill
can
top
mosey.
and then help bottom again. Running top, I have ulti.
Drop shot rocket. This'll set some other stars.
Stack up those corpses and
Ember is coming.
look at you down there. You are dominating right now.
Next
I'm
time,
so goddamn
try
proud
to
of
be
you. I
more
can punch a
aware
wall.
of your surroundings. Brought something for you too. As you like it. Ow, that hurt. First a blast. Ugh.
Ha! That's a double kill.
Lickety split. bound to get.
Ember took bottom rune.
Giddy up. Low down bushwhackers. Like my scatter gun. Well, they got us.
Actually, I might get both the wards. That was a bad ward. Just place it. That's just so annoying. I should smoke here and kill this guy. He's just farming all by himself. Last one TP, one TP.
Might want to look into your bottom
Four
tower.
legs a churning.
Like this. It's right here, the ward.
He'll find his way.
He just resummoned his bird.
No smoke, no smoke. We have no smoke. Rune soon. Top.
Sure. Giddy, I'm under attack. Feel a thing. You might be surprised.
DD rune.
Our little kind.
Last one.
Nice. Their top tower is smashed already.
I can TP if he show bottom right now. Okay, I TP. Like this.
Run and gun. Nice and easy. Save room for dessert. 4x4. Fats in the fire.
One more birds. Do this one. Oh, here we go.
To pay dirt. What do you need legs for? Which way, Mortimer? No.
Oh my bad. Would have actually died. Maybe we can still do it.
I'm the git.
I'll back.
By the by. Oh. Don't need roads. Good for
Killing spree, killing spree.
I've seen no under attack.
You snuffed me out.
Yeah, I reckon.
Kriok's talons pierce your soul.
I have TP.
I'll mosey on over.
I had not.
I'm gonna TP. Your bottom tower's under attack there.
Waste not, and there won't be waste. Take the back. In you go. Bonanza. Here's the real credit. Hacking iron.
That's right.
Ember.
We'll get there. Sure.
Hoodwink TP guys bottom.
On the shoot.
Low HP, Hoodwink low HP.
Which way, Mortimer?
Oh, he's not here. I was looking for the
Reach for the break out the eating irons. This here's my bone stick. Need roads?
I see.
Giddy up. Enough chat, John.
Get a bit caught up. It's never easy, eh?
Making tracks. I'll stop gloating when you start floating. Pickback style. I'm under attack. Don't mind. What do you need legs for?
Great back player. Mega lul.
Where are you gonna run? Get along. He's a cookie combustion engine. Crack shot. By the by. To pay dirt. He'll find his way.
Stuck.
Wait along.
Their middle tower is down.
He ain't sharing. Who's to show you can't know it? Ain't this? I'm your
One more haul ass over your top down.
Mortimer will get us.
I mean, you have to feel some kind of responsibility for this, right?
Доволі нетовий склади команд. 44-й ніж морських дронів, який має захистити акваторії українських морів та мирні міста від крилатих ракет, які російські війська запускають зі своїх кораблів. А також розблокує коридор. Зараз після цієї атаки залітає перший м'яч у нашому поєдинку. І це Джанлука Капрарі. 10-та хвилина. Монца забиває. Можливо, навіть можна погодитися, що положення поза грою було у Капрарі. Капрарі, який виступав за Пескару, за Рому. Так і скасовує гол. Дійсно, нехибне враження дав перший ракурс, коли нам показували. Якби ще й не ці мінус 15, а потенційно навіть можуть бути ще мінус 15. Тобто це взагалі буде повна катастрофа. Зараз розрізна передача, здається, що тут немає офсайду. І таки зараз є забитий м'яч. І, здається, повністю законний Патрік Чурія на 18-й хвилині. Знову провал у захисті Ювентуса, але тут... Уже усі підстави є, що це може зіграти якось на користь Ювентуса. Так, тут офсайду не було з глибини. Ось ця передача. Дуже вхід, пас максимально чіткий. Під поперечний удар від Патріка Чурії, який забиває у третьому з 5 матчів. По правій бровці атака у Юве. Але це не проходить і Карлос Аугусто. Подивіться, як виривається на цей оперативний простір. Аугусто далі проходить самотужки до штрафної, дає пас на Дані Моту. Мота прибирає щенство. Мота! 2-0! Монца обігрує Ювентус на Альянс Стадіум 2-0! На тарілочці цей м'яч для свого партнера. Ось Карлос Аугусто. Він залишився з м'ячем після передачі від партнера з власної половини поля. Так, нехай з центру він його протягнув. Максимально холоднокровно. А де захист Ювентуса? Чому вирвався, в принципі, Бремер? Чому він не зберігав цю цілісність? На місці Бремера мав бути хтось із пари Паредес, Рабьо. Фаджіо мусив би повернутися. Але Фаджіо тут не було. Віддав передачу без жодного положення поза грою у цій ситуації Карлос Аугусто на Дані Моту. Португалець забивав. Видно, що трохи перекроїв тактичну схему розташування футболістів Макса Алегрі на полі. Анхель Ді Марія. Ді Марія не віддав цей пас, але бореться за м'яч. Той ж його партнер. Удар по воротах. Сейв від Ді Грегоріо. Тих, хто забиває голи, а от про тих, хто намагається уникати пропущених м'ячів, звичайно, це Ді Грегоріо, який і на виходах, і у воротах де Сімоне Інзагі, так, він мав зворотні ситуацію, ніж сьогодні Макс Алегрі. Але Алегрі сьогодні у сміливості не відмовиш в плані замін. Може бути удар від Міліка! Аркадіуш Мілік б'є. Просто розірве цю футболку іспанського захисника. Передній класно приклався, а там пропускає певність, втрачається. Зараз Ді Марія, його удар! Наважується він. Ді Грегоріо сейвить. Ді Грегоріо переводить на кутовий. Перематч. Народжені в Україні, заряджені перемагати. Ось який удар від Ді Марії, тим паче м'яч закручувався в бік від голкіпера. Сподівалися. Жоден із них поки не отримав свого попередження. Ді Марія, штрафний. Ді Марія подає до карного майданчика. Удар далі. Рабьо переводить ближче до воріт. Ювентус заштовхує м'яч, але що, чи не офсайд? Це такий офсайд. Рефері здіймає руку догори. Бремер в положенні поза грою. Він найближчий з усіх футболістів. Проти Вільяреала, який тоді, як ми знаємо, дійшов набагато далі, ніж Ювентус. Вільяреал, який обіграв все ж таки стару сеньору. Питання від нього удар. І це чи не перший удар від Монси? Флот морських дронів захистить акваторії українських морів та мирні міста від крилатих ракет, які російські війська запускають зі своїх кораблів. А також розблокує коридор для цивільних кораблів, які везуть зерно для всього світу. Юнайтед 24 – фандрейзингова платформа, створена за ініціативи президента України. Ми знаємо, що і Інтер, і Монца – це команди з Ломбардії. Перемога 2-0. Альяні може радіти, всі інші гравці, всі інші...
You gonna skin that smoke wagon?
Do you need your top tower? I'm only asking because it's being destroyed.
Surrender, and I'll give you a treat.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Their middle barracks.
A new
Well,
journey
see
is about
about
to begin.
Smash that middle barracks to pieces.
Get some!
5 seconds. 4.
Last picker.
3, you get it.
Thank you.
You're
If he doesn't have a ward, he will check uphill.
My spotter guides me. Snipe hunt. My spotter directs. Ah! Take this. As you say.
And just stay out of the disarm range and then just way too far. Against Huskar, I'll just go aim. So 0-2-2.
Eat lead. My aim is truer than ever. Yeah. Kill shot. Yes. Attack. As you say. Your life's a flash. Of course.
He's feeding us. Oh, what the heck? Right pick.
Sure is shooting. Not for you.
Fuck. Should have been dead.
Mm-hmm. Not yet.
I'm dead. Can't kill him.
As you say.
No headshots, man! Give me a headshot!
Spotted.
Actually, not getting headshots. It's okay.
Showing ballistic.
Look.
I keep missing. Real. There's no dive. Stop.
I'm not ready. Gunpowder justice.
Go.
Bottom tower's under attack there.
Trajectory.
I am out. That's very good.
Full bore.
I really wish he would drop me this mask. It's really good.
Bottom tower's under attack there. Are you letting them do this? I mean, if this is an insurance...
Snipe hunt. Shrapnel.
I thought I was excited before. Now I'm watching a kill spree.
Shoot him up. Into shrapnel.
Oh, yes, that is a double kill. It's like watching a hammer pound on nails, and the nails are just filled.
Сам, ну я не могу на боте один стоять против
My
Махпана.
spotter guides me.
Might want to look into your bottom tower. Oh, they are really taking it to you there.
I got it.
Either my eyes are liars, or that's a mega kill.
That's fine. That's fine. Got the kill.
Tower's taking a beating. I would great. Their bottom tower is so easy.
Come sleeping, come smoking.
Never stop bullying that poor tower.
Your life's in tatters.
Take a blow, guys.
Морфа сложно.
Let's have a go at it.
Пытаемся это сыграть от морфа.
Spotted.
Keep it.
More powder shrapnel.
Actually, that.
I'm under attack. My chamber
Oops.
is empty.
Just
what I need.
Кажется, он снят сейчас из бэка, да?
Double kill.
Well, this game's looking pretty hard.
Cannot. We cannot.
Not yet. Yes. As you say.
They're all dying.
Top tower's under attack.
But my hotkeys are.
They are destroying the hell out of it.
That was good.
Yes. You made a worthy target. Takes one to shoot one. Kill yes.
Good work down there.
Fuck me, man. I'm dying for nothing.
That's a double kill.
We're gonna be fast. Can we connect?
Hate life.
Oh, free kill.
This is a monster kill.
Still done. Shit, I just saw like a scar.
Not sure about this.
Yeah.
Транса у нас. Модераторы в шоке у нас от последних трансляций. Говорят, мы сами уже без сил, как вы вообще там еще и стримите. Не знаю, так получается. И получается неплохо у нас. О, у меня же челлендж дали на Старзак, там на рейкбэк. Там много отбивать. 10-ю часть только отбил за 2 дня. Ну нет, завтра не катаем, поэтому можно не париться. Так, ну вот здесь было бы... Ой, какой флопец-то у нас хороший. Отскочил с крючка. Не, тут сет неплохой такой, смотрите. Ну, дама валет доехали, это из минусов. Но в то же время вроде не страшно особо. Давай посмотри, что у меня. Любопытно же. Валет 9 может одномастная быть. 5, 7, 5, 6, 7, 9 пик, как минимум. Может еще в блеф что-нибудь пару превращу какую-нибудь. Что ж ты? Такой нелюбопытный. Нормально, нормально. Тысячник что, надо тащить? 35 тысяч был стартовый, у нас 52. Мне кажется, замечательно идем. Так, обидно, Шторме только что вынесли вперед ногами фул 7-7-7-5-5 у оппонента. Каре пятерок. Остается смотреть стриме, черпать инфу. Удачи, Глебас. Олег. GG. Бывает, не расстраивайся сильно. Расстраивайся сильно, все бывает, все бывает. Троечки не буду открывать, много шортов. Это все-таки турнир за 630. Тут состав такой не слабенький. Кажется, спасибо, что взял деньжат с обменника. Я так понимаю, это ты был. Понимаешь, правильно. Подсобил немножко. Хотя у меня рубли. Я вчера сам рубли искал, но у меня вот осталось там немножко, да, я там покидал. Мне там за дольки нужно было заплатить. Ребята играли в Сочи. А депозит не хочется снимать. У меня остался хороший депозит под 13% в Альфа-банке. Не хочется его трогать. Что-то меня перекрыли на ГГ жестко одной картой. Типа джекпот 10к дали. Такое ощущение, как будто ограбили. Ну, да, неприятно, да. Тебя переезжают, еще джекпот получает чел. Ну, знаешь как. Ну, порадуйся за парня, Владимир. Это же круто уметь радоваться за других, даже когда, казалось бы, радоваться нечему. Будет легче тебе, точно. 1000 еще там долго регистрация будет, так что ждем. Если что-то интересное будет у меня, я буду показывать, конечно. Я постепенно буду уже турниры, наверное, не загружать. Ну, какие-то супер турбики. Хотя, блин, я замазался в любом случае. 1000 в этой 630 надолго, так что какая разница. Но на самом деле это важно в дипах. Мы же тратим силы, да, нашу энергию, внимание, концентрацию на другие столы. Поэтому, если уже чувствуешь, что сил становится меньше, вот у меня сейчас такой как бы раз пошло, что сигнал мне дает мой организм, говорит: Глебас, вот у тебя снова все 12 столов, ты сегодня постоянно эти 12 столов фигачишь. Это, конечно, круто, и ты много туриков наиграл, и хорошо играешь, но давай доиграем уже поспокойнее. Больше внимания придавай турикам, в которых ты дипуешь. И я такой: оки-доки, так и сделаем. Ой, какой хороший. Какой хороший. Хороший или плохой, я еще не знаю. Терн. Выглядит как хороший, да? Выглядит как хороший. Три бет он заколил. Ну, поставим. Если смысл здесь рейзить, наверное, нет. Балдим. Сколько мониторов у тебя голова постоянно 360? 2 монитора, но у меня очень большой моник. Один 32,5 дюйма, и поэтому приходится на все столы обращать внимание. Ну, много экшена, много столов. Еще и на другом мониторе телега и лобби. Поэтому да, работаем головой, как говорится. Все обо всем. Спасибо за подписку. Блин, ну, наверное, надо пушить здесь. Фолды есть какие-то? Супер. Мне вообще устраивает фолд. Вообще устраивает. 100%. DP можно и скинуть, я думаю. Ну, похоже на пуш. Вейп ставился. У меня такой довольно сильный диапазон. Понятно, что блефов можно найти. Какие-то 8-9, я не факт, что флоп ставлю. Отколил меня под 8. Ну, окей. Не смог я туз 8 выбить. Хотя такой блефкетчер не самый лучший. 8-ку блочит еще. Ну, хотя 8-ка крестовая там не сильно релевантна. Ну, можно было ставить не алын, но в то же время у меня здесь стриты. Я алын буду ставить. Так что нормально. Проблем нету с этим точно. Мне нравится, как сыграно. Если хотя бы десятку и валет он скидывает, то уже здорово, хотя не факт. Когда переезжает, надо радоваться за парня и за его парня. Это хороший коммент. Хорошей игры, Яган, спасибо. Что-то у нас звук очень долго отходит на Твиче в последнее время. Это очень странная тема. По 40 минут. Раньше по 5, по 10 требовалось. Человек, у нас все еще хороший стек, 27-й, нормально. Что 30-й здесь. Так как это дип уже супер важно. 1500 мы уже получаем. Ну, почти 1500. Супер важный дипчик. 1000, да, мы проиграли большой all-in, но у нас почти стартовый стек, так что не беда. Тут у меня странно. А, нет, все. Брейк почему-то был в турике за 109 Sunday в рапап. Не в тему. Как-то он начался. Более монитора, можешь модель сказать? Надо купить какой-то удобный. Ну, я доволен, но у меня, наверное, не стоит такой же брать, как у меня, потому что у меня он дорогой слишком. И модель, я не помню цифру. Dell там, UK, UQ точнее. И что-то там. Можно, ну типа, сильно переплачивать, наверное, смысла нет. Я уж так, я к мониторам отношусь, к основному монитору отношусь с почтением. Ну и всегда пытаюсь какие-то такие купить. Очень хорошие. В принципе, думаю, можно дешевле брать. Ребята, 666 когда добьем? Надо этот. Максимальную удачу врубай.
How's it high to all the customers?
32,000.
That's cool.
Uh-oh. Oops. And is this is automatic for you, huh?
Automatic call. It's about a third of his stack. And he knows Nenad's going to push with a wide range of hands.
Is there an opportunity for Phil to make some kind of weird repush
Oh, no,
here?
that's a real interesting spot. I think he'll just let this go because he's smiling. He's got that chipmunk smile on his face. He's going to let it go. And if he'd ace queen, it might have been a different matter. But king queen, he knows it's very likely that at least one player has an ace.
And he's happy. He's happy to see these guys trying.
Oh
to
yeah,
swing.
he's absolutely. He wants Medic out. You know, he wants a player out.
And this again, the good news for Medic is there's 73,000 in the pot. The bad news, of course, that he's.
Yeah, that's the only good news for Medic in this hand. Now there you go. Normally what happens to Medic now, a club comes on 4th Street. To reduce his edge even further.
3 is decent.
Oh wow, he's hit the 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, why not just lock it up? Why you want it like the draw, you know?
Yeah. Now queen or king.
They would be harsh.
No.
Wow.
Well, Nenad has been running very unlucky, and you know this is nice to see, yeah.
And then that's like,
it is. It doesn't come off the floor here, Andy. I mean,
I never get it in
wow.
behind. Dude, that's
Down
what
to
you need to do.
18,000. Now he's got 73.
You're playing the wrong game, kid.
And he had to come from behind, but he's
Well-
put his chips in good spots. I mean, it's just been bad spots.
Yeah, he's been put them in good spots. He's been unlucky. I mean, he deserves it. He's been real
I
unlucky.
get it in with the worst when I have like the guy like maybe 10 to 1 in chips or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
like,
course, but
it's-
that's
oh, we
That's different.
gotta kick it up. I don't know.
What are you gonna do?
Yesterday. I mean, not yesterday.
Actually, Medic now, like 12 big blinds. He can.
That was when I was.
He's got a couple options.
I mean, if I was in Medic's seat now, the crucial thing is second place. You know, second place keeps him well in this Premier League.
He made a good re-raise.
And the only man over 100,000 is Phil. So
I just felt like
every hand is crucial from here on in.
I just felt like Tony G was just.
So he really actually has to kind of knuckle down and.
I mean, you know, he's still got he's got some moves now. It's not all in. He's got raise and fold. You know, he's got re-raise. These were options he didn't have until recently.
Eastgate raise from the button, and no, excuse me, he limps.
It just
He
called,
limps.
yeah.
Wow.
9,000. Pass.
Now, JC and Eastgate have probably.
JC's given it up. He's given it up. There was you could see the body language there. He'd actually given it up halfway through the hand.
JC's got body language?
Yeah.
It just seems like, you know, like he's never gives anything up. He's like the same.
Everybody gives stuff up.
Wait a minute. You were 5 to 1 with 100,000 in chips. Friday night.
These guys are all looking at second, you know, at the moment. Except Eastgate and Tran don't really care. So Helpy and Medic are sort of thinking, well, maybe Eastgate and Tran won't care and so much, and I might just sneak in there.
Sort of
Everyone's also waiting for the 5-10 round, you know, when things become a bit more brutal. No, this is a push now. Oh, wow. And yet again, Tran has him cold deck.
I mean,
it's not a mistake, you know?
No, he's done the right thing.
I'm behind, probably. Yeah, you're probably behind. Yeah.
You know, it's a button raise. You know, he picks up King Queen on the small blind. He can't fault him.
I like it. I like it. For some sick reason, I like it. You know what? I really feel like it's going to be like a super sick sweat.
10 of diamonds does make a big sweat.
He's got a very positive attitude in that.
Oh,
Queen or the Jack?
Yeah, queen or jack now.
Jack or queen? I don't think it's there this time. You think it's there?
I got it.
I don't. Wow.
Classy, absolutely classy from Nenad Medic, but no luck.
It is, and he's going to have 11 points, Andy, which it's definitely going to put him in a position where he has to win. Trouble for Medic. Medic! Is it pretty much just everyone trying to stop Helmuth?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, but JC's on a free roll. He was down to like, I don't know, 30,000 or something like that.
What is it with this guy?
Yeah, well, he's just had a load of big hands. Got lucky, you know.
Still have one more shot next heat. If I get a win, I think I'm still in contention. So still down but not out.
The two players who most needed points now out. So the rich will get richer tonight, but in what order? Helmuth looking to carry his massive chip lead to a win.
Yeah, today he got lucky, but today he didn't get it in.
I think the 3 points now for Eastgate kind of nail him on for the final pretty much, yeah?
So
he's now up to 29.
Does it give him the freedom to play rashly?
Cool.
Well, he's not mathematical certainty yet. So I think he's just going to keep playing his game.
Now, if Yuha expects Peter to be raising weak here, then would a reship be...
No, he doesn't normally do that. Like, and also his body language there when his lips go like that. Yeah, he's only thinking of a call or a fold.
Cool.
Cool. The healthy lips.
Yeah, for once, Eastgate does not outflop someone.
And how tricky is this? Wow, Peter's onto it. But that said, he's definitely checked there to call a bet on the turn,
Yeah, this
right?
is interesting. He's in real bad shape. He is going to call this bet, I think.
10,000.
Because he's got a flush draw. If he gets away from this, it'd be some kind of miracle.
And Peter's looking at Yuha. Yuha's looking at the pot. There's 48,000 in there.
I think a bet of about 20,000 would be about right.
Is it possible, Andy, that he just puts, or is it
Oh,
that he just
nah.
he puts Peter on some kind of complete air thing here, like the dry king of spades or something like that?
I don't really know. I don't like this check. He's done this a few times. Peter might value bet, you know. He's pretty sick like that.
16.
Yeah, it's just going to automatically call, so it's worked out okay. Not going to raise. He's just going to call.
This is a really interesting pot.
Oh, that's great play.
It was basically a min raise on the river, and I don't know if there was a bit of psychology there, Andy, that's what he did to the Devilfish in the last match. Eastgate was there. Everybody knew it was a bluff.
No, you got to give Helpy great credit there. That was a really great play. You know, I mean, that's a little weakness of Eastgate. He makes some of these value bets whenever... I mean, that wasn't one of the worst ones. That was one of the better ones. But credit to Helpy for getting the absolute maximum out of that hand.
Pass. All in.
All in from
There's a 3.
Peter,
And
small
there
blind.
is Okay, how much more? I call.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble folding that one.
Ace.
Yeah. Now, I'm rooting for Eastgate here. Come on, Eastgate.
It's
that's a
pretty
good
good flop for Helmuth. Eastgate looking like he's going to end up with 3 points here.
A non-heart Queen Jack or 10.
There's a lot of cards to hit too, right?
Queen Jack 10 or 7 now. A non-heart Queen Jack 10 or 7.
7, 10 Jack Queen, but not a heart.
No.
Peter, what did you have against me?
Good call by Helmuth. And Peter Eastgate hits the dirt.
He's going to end up with 29 points right now, which I think most people think is going to be enough to make that top 4. He might have his head down now, Andy, but we'll be seeing him again.
Yeah.
Helmuth's still on top here, Andy, with 4 left, but there's just this feeling, I mean, Yuha's, he just seems to have sort of, his game has upped as his Premier League's gone on.
Yeah, definitely. His head's up. He's made some pretty good plays. You know, I wouldn't nail this down for Helmut. You know, he is great from the front though, so he's still big favourite to actually win this.
You agree. It all pointed towards him being super strong.
Yeah, but I mean, Peter just had to think a little bit about it. The instant call. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pass.
This is the blinds are so low here, Andy, that I feel like there's just going to be a lot of play here. It's going to be kind of fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool.
No one's going to be in much of a rush here, I don't think.
We'll go ahead and slow play this.
No race.
And to me, this is the first time we've really gotten a chance to see Helmuth and Tran kind of go at it. In a situation where they both got some chips to play with. I'm kind of looking forward to this.
Here we go now. Helmut has flopped 3 of a kind. If Tran checks and a 5 comes off, we're going to have a real squeamer.
Tran has been such a good post-flop player in this Premier League. And then, of course, there's Phil.
$10,000.
And now, is the best play just giving it up here?
All my outs are live. All of them. But
He said many times, Andy, JC, when he was up here in the box, that you know, he believes in small pot poker in this format. He always believes he'd rather make a bad fold than a bad call. And he kind of just shows those principles all the time, really.
I think he's bang on. That's the way to play the game. If you're playing it well, that's what you do.
What you mean bombing?
That's what I mean.
Cool.
Like a blow up. Oh, no, I didn't say that.
Cool.
Just, I mean, it's three-handed. You're more freewheeling. You can raise every pot or whatever. Although I don't think that's your best strategy with me with all these chips.
And he'll try and flop something. He'll try and have a better hand pre-flop, a monster.
And I mean, I know we're not listening to Phil, but are the other two at the table, are they listening to him because he's just talking? I mean...
No, I don't think they're listening much at all, you know.
5,000.
They're just playing poker. Because JC's doing a lot of nodding his head. When Phil's talking, it's kind of...
Cool.
What kind of call is that?
Well, it's, you know, he bet about half the pot you high. He's going to take one off. If he doesn't improve, he'll let it go. A few high bets again. Now, that's a tricky card, funnily enough, you know, because JC's thinking now, what does he really have, you know? I mean, does he have these 3 4s? So if you have bet, one of the things that you has got wrong is he's bet too much in these spots, yeah? So let's see if he gets the amount right. Like 16,000, I'd say, is about right. He shouldn't be scared of much, yeah?
And Andy, I mean, if Yuha was had a 10 here, wouldn't he be more likely to check it? I mean...
No, he's likely to bet a 10 as well. He doesn't want to give a free card. This, you know, let's see if JC can fold this. It's a good fold. I think 22 is a bit much, funnily enough.
Is Yuha... Is he trying to get max value here? Or is he trying to make it look like he's... He was trying to make it look like he was betting a draw or something. JC's just not falling for it. I mean,
he's just trying to get paid off. He wants to get all his chips doubled up. You know, he's hoping maybe JC's got a 10 or a draw. He'll. If he bets 22 and JC has a flush draw with 2 overcards, he will call. It just so happens JC's got the other card, the deuce.
Just a little too much, you think? Yeah.
How many points you have, huh?
20. So 23, 24 at least now.
How good is Phil Helmuth feeling right now?
Pass. Raised to 18,000 total.
JC's picked up some good hands here.
Yeah, just when he got short stack, he's hit a little run of real good hands.
And is this going to sort of playing it the opposite way than he played the ace-king instead of limping raising? Is Helmuth going to get fooled here? I mean, is he capable of pushing?
Well, the reason why he's raising here is, well, apart from the hand, he's on the small blind, so he wants to. He's happy enough to pick up a pot right now. Now, oh wow, now that's a hell of an all-in.
Is he getting called?
Here comes a decision. How much is it?
Well, if what you're saying about JC is right, he might decide not to call. If he needed the points, he definitely wouldn't call.
Nice to be the chip leader.
Cool.
That's a good call from JC.
It is, and he must have had some kind of inkling that he could be in great shape, Andy, because he doesn't usually make these calls, does he?
Well, he's got a lot of points.
Well, I mean,
he
I
can gamble.
I had like 140,000. I really don't need to put myself in an equivalent situation, you know?
Yeah.
Do I want to gamble? Like if you had 2 overs right now, are you done, right?
What makes it interesting? Any card above a 9 makes it interesting for you, all right?
Anything but the
Try
ace
this
now.
stand-up thing. Handshake?
Yeah, I'll give you a handshake.
Okay.
You want one of these two?
Yeah.
You want one of those two.
He'll try anything. Has it worked?
No. Didn't so. Again.
All right, bud.
Good call by JC Tran. Yuha won't be too unhappy. He's kind of
Good hand, JC.
locked in the playoffs and
Will you
still
do
a
this?
good chance of making it straight to the final.
I'm really pleased how it's going. I mean, I have a good shot of making to top 4, and I'm already locked into top 8, so I must be happy about this, yeah.
This is
Так, там небольшой алынчик у ребят. Все, у меня 9 туриков. А, хотя нет, загрузится еще, наверное. Пока 9. И может быть сейчас 8 станет. Оп, повезло. Не стало. 8, 215 хотер. Let's go, let's go. Я думаю, там народу поменьше, он побыстрее пойдет, можно его попоказывать. Хороший терн. И мелкая карта еще и усиление у нас. Идеалити. Ну, я думаю, я поставлю. Можно меньше, можно трейд ставить, но сегодня что-то так откалывают. Без разницы, главное поставить. Ну, типа, больше банка смысла нет особо. Ого. Вкусно.
Кратко, спасибо. Да не, на личной жизни на самом деле все в порядке. Я, по сути, живу в гражданском браке. Вот они, ребята, полетели. 173 евро, я, кстати, даже не заметил. Ну, все как-то дружно полетели. Ладно, все равно не наша доска. Так что, хорошо, что и не полетели. Сейчас доедет какие-то 8 дам, или просто дама, 8. Я уже буду говорить, блин, ну почему я туда не залез? С нашим стеком только и залазить. Ну, этот типуля сейчас может еще и учетвериться. У тебя шанс учетвериться есть. Ну, покажи валета. Нет, туз дама победа. Хорош. И вот еще и пейджамп, отлично. У нас там плюс 50 евро получилось. Следующий пейджамп начнется с... Сколько у нас там человек? В игре 5-6. 5-6 придется выбросить. 19 человек в игре. Следующий пейджамп с 16 места. $65 евро следующий пейджамп с 16 места. Блин, когда я выбрасываю карты в пас, какие-то все доски слишком подходящие. Спасибо за щиточки.
Это Зевс.
Здание ломать спиритом.
Ларри ранг потерял и коллапс 149 ранг. Но Бэтбум по рангам, конечно, выглядит поярче. Но надо понимать, что у Спирит ряд игроков ранга не имеют. Они там смурфы и прочее. Там, возможно, тоже ранги неплохие. Но у Бэтбум ранги такие. Вообще, вот средний ММР, возможно, чуть ли не лучшие в мире у этой команды. Потому что у них, на самом деле, почти все команды в топ-10 европейского ладдера, если что. У Найтфола тоже, говорят, смурф там что-то в районе десятки имеет. Как будто бы на этой линии неплохо было бы взять кабана, на самом деле. Но Найтфол нападает, а там тем временем ФБ. Прогадил я этот ФБ, но я гляну сейчас, как его убили здесь, конечно. Чтобы выяснить... О, что-то... Торонто быканул, да? Он куда-то далеко пошел. Да, он реально далеко очень зашел, сейчас как непонятно. Ну, он крипа задинает, но получил стан, получил пердеж от Клокверка и просто, видимо, не смог уйти. Хотя он был близок, но не смог еще. Мирослава разменять не получилось. Ну, вот так вот. Торонто уже отдает ФБ своим бывшим тиммейтам, все понятно. Матч куплен. Еторо на топе под щиточком. Ёбка пошла, Лина погибла тем временем, вот о чем и речь. Тут чуть ли Еторо не умирает. 30 хп остается, да, там топоры настаканные. А Лина погибла зато снизу. Ну так вот Пьюру пробитие устроили изначально. И потом подставился он просто-напросто под станчик. Мирослав вышел, и это легчайший фраг получился здесь на сложном коридоре для Спирит. Ну и сложный коридор очень хорошо стоится. На самом деле, Торонто ловят. И его тоже должны убить, хотя... Ой, стики и щиточек спасают его.
Там и на топе задротство происходило на кончиках пальцев.
Ну да.
Урса на 1 удар, Сейф на 1 удар.
Сразу видно, что команды, конечно, сильно играют по скиллу, потому что, ну, как бы, везде все пытаются прессинговать. Вот это вот отличает сильные команды от непонятных каких-то. Непонятные команды мнутся, трутся, что-то, блядь, по 5 минут ни одного фрага, даже нет попыток никаких. Типа, более сильные коллективы всегда пытаются использовать любую возможность. Оппонент чуть-чуть что-то затупил там, чуть-чуть потерял позицию, сразу на линии нападения какое-то. Размены по ХП как минимум, а как максимум фраги делаются.
Стоп, стоп! Досмотри до конца! Что лучше? Взять CSGO Prime за 1000 рублей в Стиме или за 100 рублей на LOL Steam? Я найти...
Пас. Найтфол на самом деле получал очень много. Там же он умирает. Сейф. Палка. Блин, насчет палки, вот не знаю, может быть, стоило декрип взять.
Вот там засоска снизу.
Ой,
происходит.
засоска снизу и под ульт Зевса произошла. Да, ну, тут, конечно, коллапс молодец.
С Тауэр дэмэджем беда, а там еще и тренд у ББ. У коллапс, ой, у Team Spirit очень большие трудности будут с забиранием вышек в этой игре.
Но вышки это как бы да, но зато у них Рошан дэмэдж имеется. У них
Рошан дэмэдж от Урса имеется, но Урса страдает.
Ну, слушай. Да не, ну он не то чтобы прям сильно страдает. Он просто не кайфует, я бы так это назвал. А куда он? Он на героя кинул. Да, он кинул на ГПК, у которого забирает Ларри ДД. Но Ларри выкидывают назад. У Ларри проблема, он на месте прыгнул, и он погибает. Да, здесь Ларри опозорился. Стоил ли тот ДД этих смертей? Скорее всего, не стоил. Надо было просто отдать ДД, да и хрен на этот ДД для тени.
Он нажал Enrage.
Он нажал Enrage.
Вся тим успеет
да,
прийти.
Будет жить, а вот тут, скорее
Мека
всего...
на коллапсе сейчас едет.
Скорее всего, может... Ой,
Коллапс
ультимейт.
кстати.
Ультимейт отличан. Очень плохо отпрыгнул. Может, как не повезло здесь Мипошке. Ультимейт улетел просто непонятно куда. ГПК в итоге убивает этого лича. На развороте Етора. Надо быть аккуратнее. Мирослав уже здесь напал на сейвы. Ну, сейвы там точно вафли. А Етора до ГПК доебался. Но ГПК ТП нажимает и все. Ну, коллапс заскамил свою команду по итогу, да?
Да.
Но он...
Я тоже думал, сейчас прилетит, Меку даст, с Блэкхолом, все дела.
Ну, там бы все убежали. У него же нет блинка, он бы никого не догнал. Поэтому, в общем-то, как будто бы и не было смысла. А так он остался снизу и качается. Так что, может быть, и правильно он сделал, что никуда не полетел. У него зато уже есть грифсы, и он...
Под аркан руной у Трента выгорание.
Опять не кастует, а некуда.
Ну, типа с аркан руной.
Так а некуда. Ну вот на левую вышку мог бы накинуть разок. Но толку-то. Под тавером и нападение на кого? Это Зевс, Ларри. Ой-ой-ой, Ларри. Он погибает, но, брат, в этот момент и Лину убили. Да.
На эншитах еще эншитов забрали.
Нет, вот... Видите, вот реально команды играют круто. Это потому что, когда умирает один герой, ты думаешь, блин, вот он подставился. Но в этот момент его как бы тиммейты забирают тоже герои. Ну, потому что обе команды двигаются, обе команды что-то делают. Нет такого, что просто авк стоит. Ой, под птичкой, коллапс. Опозорился или нет? Не опозорился. Блэкхолл, у него еще грифсы и стики есть. Ой, на развороте ГПК умирает, Сейф умирает, Найтфол.
Красиво.
Найтфол тоже.
Этого запукать.
Ой-ой-ой, Торонто, аккуратней будь. Коллапс.
Его не догнать.
Он не опозорился, ребят, он вытрахал по итогам.
Да, он же очень плотный.
Он
с
очень
грифсами,
плотный,
там, с каплями,
да.
с клакой.
У него грифсы. Да. Ну, ну честно, вот если я сейчас отмотаю, честно, непонятно, на что они рассчитывали, потому что грифсы он даже не нажимал изначально. То есть они напали на коллапса и должны были его типа заберстить, зафокусить. Но, Найтфол не успел ульт нажать, боже, вот что случилось. То есть коллапс успел на реакции дать Малифайс и Блэкхолл. Он еще и, подушку подстелить успел даже. То есть просто Найтфол опозорился. Найтфол надо было ульт давать, когда Энигма еще в полете был. Во время тоса. Тогда бы все было бы у них, все бы получилось. Но он не сделал этого, и они опозорились. Но и по итогу коллапс здесь сыграл круто. Найтфол не очень. Пара фрагов. Пара-тройка фрагов даже для Team Spirit. Жестко. Так, Еторо! Очень агрессивно. Вместе с ним Мирослав. Он Торонто нападает. Мирослав может погибнуть. Погибает Мирослав. Еторо отрезали коробкой. Ему неприятно на самом деле. ГПК Блэкхолл. В него дают. Он тоже на бэклайне оказался. ГПК пытаются убить, но не добивают почему-то. Никто просто его не бил. Мипошка ультимейт. Шикарный ультимейт. Кстати говоря, полетел. О, блинк. ГПК увозит. Ультимейт за собой, но Лину убивают. Как же спириты по итогам-то здесь раскаятели.
Блин, я офигел с того, что Ятор мимо блэкхола просто проходит, а он понимает, что у него нет БКБ и энрейджа, если он начнет бить, его Лина просто убьет.
Да, он на очке. В итоге они как бы отманили энеми назад, и там они как раз-таки трахнули их взад, так сказать. Опа! Ничего себе, что происходит? Яторо. Энрейдж пока что нажимает, отходит. Пьюр уже спереди дерется, Пьюр БКБ нажимает, Мирослав пока что просто зонит оппонентов, но Мирослав здесь в коробке. Ему плохо. Ай, стан! Грифсы работают, ГПК врывается в толпу, но там Яторо ультимейт от Торонто шикарный. Не дает Яторо ничего делать. Байбек от Зевса пошел, ГПК уже мертвый. У Нигмы байбек есть, Яторо дальше пошел, еще одного убивают, но у Яторо нет ничего. Он может умереть. Яторо, Форс Глиммер, живет Пьюр. Не добивает Яторо. Еще один байбек, еще байбеки. Байбек на байбеке, уже байбеки включаю, я буквально в этой игре открываю, потому что там такое происходит.
Вот он, Рошан, стоит и в ахуе.
Рошан, пиздец.
Резни.
У Рошана пот падает, так капает, знаешь, он такой, он смотрит на это, блядь, мужики, вы чё, нахуй? Он просто представляет, что с ним будут, когда они наконец до него доберутся. Плюс задротство. Он чувствовал, что такое может быть. А вот и на Торонто получает пизды. И в этот раз на Лифайр юзается, правда, БКБ.
БКБ.
Да, БКБ.
Лишнее было.
Это реально лишнее. И Мирослава проблемы. Есть ли какой-то форстав или что-нибудь? Нет, форстафа.
Блин, а у Миры чисто уже алибарда купил против Лины. Молодец.
Нет, это сильно. Но Мира, похоже, умер первый раз с тех пор, как он умирал после байбека. Поэтому очень длительный таймер на появление. И с Перитом немножко отойти надо.
Фараги были в размен на что-то.
Такс. Умирает Лич, это фит. Умирает Яторо, это фит.
Торыч умирает.
О, это сейчас очень плохо. Спириты зашли. Очень плохо. И у Коллапса блинка нет, на самом деле. Он, походу, не уйдет никуда. Ой-ой-ой, он как-то размансил. Да ладно! О, улетел. В фонтан улетел он. Вот куда он улетел. Да, резко ББ просто перехватывает инициативу сейчас. Придется нажимать... Спиритом, ну, видимо, байбеки, если они не хотят потерять все. А, там Рошан, Ну, ради Рошана они не будут, я думаю, нажимать. Это как бы практически проебать игру сразу. Сейчас вот нажать байбеки ради Рошана. Спирит from behind. Так, Яторо, бам-бам-бам-бам-бам. Долбит нормально, Пьюр. ХП мало, но не умирает он, потому что Нимбус надо было повесить, чтобы он умирал. Но Нимбус тут какой-то защитный. Найтфол ворвался. БКБ нажимает. Ультимейт Лича полетел. Но ультимейт Лича такой себе. Но умирает. Ой, как же хороши...
Что-то говна поели тут ББ.
Как же хороши Спирит в обороне. Это вот их короночка, на самом деле, всегда. Просто в обороне на рампе очень они цепкие. Очень жесткий. Мирослав спасают его нормально. Мира! Сосуд из него. Мира, Форс, Глиммер, Хуимер. Хуимер. Гем, хуем. Ой, БКБ, торджай блэкхол! Пьюр не попал, как-то бьет! Он как-то бьет! Как это происходит-то? Ёб твою мать! А он здесь коллапс собирает, но ему больно! Лину засосали. Ятор говорит, может я пойду? Пожалуйста.
А у него бай нет.
А у него бай нет, и все, и Пьюра. А Егис так из него и не выбили.
Тут сейчас они все донесут.
Это попахивает гудгеймом на первый все-таки. Без Урсы, а Урсы что по байбеку-то? Просто 1000 голды не хватает. Но без Урсы будет здесь крайне тяжело, хотя ГПК далековато зашел.
Там ГПК без байбека.
ГПК без бая, куда ж ты полез-то? Молодой. Ну, ГПК...
Это зря. Лина бы просто докусала.
Да, конечно. Так не, ну, естественно, Лина просто добила бы барак, и они бы просто ушли. Они могли бы еще на третью сторону пойти.
Да, они бы сломали все стороны. Там у Бисмастера все откатывается, все есть.
Ну да, Урсы просто нет. Но чел на тине...
Шанс дает. Ну, шанс дает.
Притом, именно что не слабый такой шанс он дает. Только что игра была как будто бы уже выигранной. И бац! А в итоге на 46-й минуте вы сломали только 1,5 стороны. Ну что, как бы круто, но как не победа еще далеко.
Он решил, что он не Тини, а Эмбер. Обычно так Эмберы делать могут. И не умирать.
Ай-яй-яй, он Тини. Какая неудача. Найтфол далее покупает себе рефрешер. Так вот получилось как-то. Бьет Пьюр просто Рошана. 27 уровень у него. Рошану больно. Клокверк влетает. Рановато, как будто бы. Пьюр. Ой, Налифайр поздновато успел нажать в итоге пику. Товарищ Пьюр. Здесь ГПК избивают. Итор очень крепкий. Ультимейт от Лича. Очень плохой получился ультимейт. Ни в кого. Итор, форс на него. Блэкхол от коллапса. Сбивают. Рефрешер нет. Коллапс в итоге поддержал людей какое-то время. Размен пока что 2 в 1. Но 2 байбека есть у Спирит. А у КПК-то байбека нет. Урса байбекается тоже. Коллапс байбекается тоже. Все байбекаются. Очень хотят этого Рошана забрать. Ларри, впереди маны нет. Ларри, ты что тут забыл-то на Зевсе? Позицию держи. Прыгает. Нормально. Привязали, подвязали. В бэклайне какая-то ёбка непонятная. Пюреху ловят. Пюреху трахают. И не трахают. Пересоска отпугная. Пюреха, как же играть-то? Ну да, сатаники отхиливаются, может, Пюреха солирует бомжей? Или не солирует, непонятно, кто здесь бомж-то? Пюреха, все еще жив! Боже, умирает Пюреха, байбек есть. Тут же нажимает байбек. Втроем остаются спириты, вчетвером остаются ББ. Пюреха, сколько он там жил?
Сейчас у Бисмастера откатятся его кнопки, у Урса нет БКБ, и кажется, сложно будет с спиритом отвоевать.
Пьюр, 10 тысяч урона. Пугна 10 тысяч урона на нем. Блять, охуеть.
Это, видимо, вардом.
Это вард, походу, столько нахерачил, прикиньте. Кто пиздел на пугну, кто пиздел на вард. Там, походу, реально вард. Ну, в первую очередь вард, потому что бластами и лайфдрейнами вряд ли он столько дамажить смог.
Лайфдрейнами он своих.
Ну, он в основном своих вообще хилил, да. Блич, который юзает Синистер.
Опа, влетел Урсы.
Ой,
поймал Хекс, поймал Рор.
Ой, усрач! Просто вытрахали его, у него нет байбека, да. Ну, надо было сейвить, должен был прыгать, наверное, коллапс, давать блэкхолл какой-то или что. В итоге умирает Урса, вот и блэкхолл, но немножко опоздали в СР, еще и блэкхолл сбили этот, тем более. Еще один корнишон. Торонто восрайт, блять. Вот так.
Второй корнишон был в никого.
Это уже похуй. Второй корнишон, первый коронный.
Может себе позволить.
Да.
Настолько сильно ебет, что дает фору.
Блин, ну игра пипец сочная, конечно, вышла.
Ну, вторая и третья, а если вдруг будет третья, это будет по 30. Обычно так бывает.
Ну, я вообще так скажу. Ну, на мой вкус, конечно, у ББ просто попроще, что ли, все. Вот оно в конечном итоге так и вышло. То есть они играли. Спиритам надо очень грамотно все делать и героями, чтобы все получилось. Котел звучит неплохо. Вопрос только, может ли Ларри играть на котле?
Да, и будут ли как-то мешать ему там стаки вот эти, ну, в смысле, блочить спауны.
Я сейчас юзаю форму, проебываю крипов.
Пошли ебашить.
Пошли ебашить, ну слушай.
Эти ебашат.
Ебашат.
А
кто пиздел? Кто
пиздел?
А вот и не пизди. Найтфол без ТП теперь, он сосал.
Найтфол тоже думал, что все, они говна поели.
А в итоге он говна
сглотнул.
Ладно, ко второй карте начинается. Хорошо.
Миру трахнули.
И Миру трахнули на топе. Тут Торонто, Токио, Пьюр оба побитые, но живые. Весьма.
Кусает. И закусает.
Неужели убьет его просто? Он просто убил. Просто...
Так потому что это Фурион и сапог. И перчатка скорости. Это же вообще разъем.
Он просто забил его на самом деле на стрейфе. Занятный фраг такой получился. А вот и киска. Но киски есть липа.
Кошку забьет, потому что думаю, что у кошки липов нет.
Но у кошки есть липы.
Ну, обычно липы типа не качают. Там,
ну иногда не качают. Кошки. На самом деле грамотные люди качают. О, ТБ забирать фраг Найтфолли, но разменивается по итогам он. И банша 4 уровень прокачки у нас после этого. Да, это банша 4, которая может стать биговой. Потому что они на данный момент тут с Бисмастером примерно одинаково.
Ну, кстати, это будет человек, который купит всякие грифсы там. Вполне.
Похоже на то. Но Маноботинку он уже планирует взять. Етора возвращается, нападает тут же на сейва. Сейв начинает люто сосать. Но тактим 2-го уровня. Оба! Убивают, не. Тактим 2-го уровня. Это вам не шутки.
Но полъебучки нет у ТБ. Сейчас она вернется, всосется. И ТБ может...
Етору вернулся от топоров. Это очень важно. Если бы он не вернулся, у него сейчас реально ебучки бы не было. А так ебучка на месте. У Пьюра на топе проблемы. Тоже ебучки нет. Пьюр, кстати, умирает по ощущениям. Да. Нет.
Будет.
Да, нет. Прыжок. Коллапс. Курицу. Ее не убил, сука.
Рассчитал Пьюр.
Блин, но курица не Пьюр как-то вообще выжил на морально-волевых, я так это бы назвал. И еще и на развороте теперь напасть хочет. Нет, не хочет пока что.
Внизу нападают под форму на сейва. Под третий тактим.
Да,
лопает.
да как же сейв долго живет здесь? ГПК рядом, у него...
Ой, еще и волна залетела.
Волна залетела, но здесь ГПК сейчас будет устраивать секс. О!
Кто кого?
Вот так вот.
Все всех.
Ну все всех,
Ой,
да,
красиво.
но убили по итогу Найтфола, но погибал.
ГПКшка тут щемит.
Я думаю, что он должен уходить, хотя...
ГПКшку накормили.
Ой-яй-яй-яй! Плохо.
Ой,
Хорошо.
взяли. Вот так вот.
Вот так вот его. На, забили. Мипошка 6-й уровень прокачки персонаж. А ну-ка,
И этого.
пинка ему.
Кулдауны. Всосов.
Пинка ему
на
на.
кулдауне.
И тактим.
всос.
А ну-ка, продувка. Засосал. Убили.
Ебля.
Бля, реально ебля, коллапс пролетел. Слушай, тут просто ёбка. Всех убивали. Сколько тут фрагов-то произошло вообще? Тут уже со всех линий герои, притом. Мидеры умирают, считая, блять. То флейнеры прилетают, кто-то по 2 раза сдох. Мипошка 6-й уровень прокачки персонаж. Найтфол, да, находят. О, Ларри пытаются убить, но он захилился. У него фулл хп, сейф с ультимейтом. Куда-то его там откинули. Коллапс такой говорит: о, здорово. Здорово, братиш. Коллапс просто съебывается с ТП отсюда. Ну, сейф, конечно, сильный на банше, но боюсь, что недостаточно сильный. Его сейчас поймают, и у него есть топорик, но он, видимо, не понимает, какую елку съесть. Бля, это, кстати, очень неудобно, когда тебя ловят во всякие спорты, вот на лесенке. Там реально непонятно, куда нажимать просто топор этот. Текстура сраная.
Да, типа хочется отступать от врага, и, ну, типа, самое стандартное это съесть там с бочины. Но это же не так интуитивно, это же не на фонтан.
Именно.
Путь.
Гетора успевает нажать кнопку, успевает нажать еще одну кнопку, и начинается ёбка нереальная. Гетора, кстати, крайне агрессивно играет, он вражеский огрызок фармит, тут на него напали, но на самом деле, как выяснилось, это не на него напали, это он напал. По итогам-то. Опа, аркан рун для котла, жалко нет бутылки, ну да ладно. Найтфол получает пизды, Мирослав украл бы. Ой, кстати, ястреба украл, если что. Так-то это...
мапхак.
Ну да, это сильно. Когда просто у Рубика ястреб появляется. Снизу сейф побирает, и сейф, в принципе, отгребает здесь. Он погибает, да. А на миде вышка сейчас должна падать. Глиф есть, но я не думаю, что его бэтбом будут на эту вышку вообще юзать. Опасно, у них уже сверху просто бараки могут расклеиться. Вот тут надо уметь. Так, украл топоры. Мирослав, это, конечно, такая себе история. Пюр сидит, что-то болезнь артизис словил, сел на гору. ГПК прыгает на Рубика. Двойной форстав, Рубик жив. Нормальный Итор использует ультимейт.
Пюр на этой горе просидит всю драку.
Да, Пюр на горе, ему просто не дают вообще ничего делать, он просто сидит на горе. Он спрыгивает все-таки с горы. Но...
Ну, кстати, его Рубик мог и к своим.
Мог и к своим, но тут пофигу. Пюр просидел на драке, на горе, точнее, всю драку. От него все равно 0 импакт, он ничего не сделал. Он же тут помирали у него тиммейты, но и очевидно, что это... Вот это прям совсем конец игры. Шан, теперь деф кинутся и... Неплохо! Найтфол нажимает БКБ на бэклайне, замес какой-то против коллапса ставится арена. Неплохо, коллапс умирает. Коллапс умирает, да, у него есть байбек, будет ли он его нажимать, я не знаю. Сейф в размен уходит, но размен, конечно, не равный. Но от того сильно легче не становится мужикам из-за бэтбум, потому что появится, конечно, у нас Фурион через 50 секунд, а глобально, кардинально ничего в игре не поменялось. Тем более до банши тоже 60, а без банши тоже им не то чтобы приятно играть. Так, базу эту хилить, и где база потихоньку это падает. Сейф, ультимейт Фуриона пролетает, Пюре пытается занять позицию, ему дали оцепенение, он нажимает БКБ, он там застрял опять где-то в лесу.
Это болезнь артизи.
Его ебут, но он тоже ебет, коллапс умирает, коллапс тут же байбекается, Пюре очень мало хп, но он жив, все, еще жив, каким-то образом все-таки умирает. У него бая нет.
О, Ятора на последних.
На Торонто Токио там куда-то отпрыгивает, от него, в принципе, ну, особо импакта нет, поэтому на него поебать. ГПК прыгает, отличный стан по всем, сейф как пытается жить, но он под веслом, там сейчас сгниет, скорее всего, и это good game, well played. Но я ожидал от этого матча, на самом деле, 2-1, я не особо удивлен, что тут будет 2-1.
Давно не видели. Старого друга.
Пак?
Данька?
Данька? ГПК тоже Данька? Погоди! Да. Данька на паке? О! Ребята, это оно, это Данька на паке. Ёб твою мать. Вот до чего дошло. А? А как это, простите, случилось?
Задротся пенечками, получается.
Да, просто руками забили, и Мипошка на первом телекинез прокачал. Что супер редко делают, потому что впадло, но он прокачал, и они просто убили. Кстати говоря, он сейчас Мипошка еще и сейвы забивает, если что, руками. Ну, сейв на ботинке, он, конечно, не умрет, но... А! Что?
Опа. Приоритеты расставлены правильно.
Ну, это пиздец.
Но он вернется на крипу. Одного проебал уже. Ну, только одного.
Не, ну...
Можно сказать, что и второго.
Я думаю, что... И третьего проебал, да.
Это возберегаю.
Нормально, приоритеты расставлены. А там баншат вела крипов.
Оп, смотри, а сейва-то?
А как он там оказался вообще?
Куда? А, ну его кинули,
Его
наверное.
раз закинул, что ли?
Да. Ну, кстати, нормально. Блин, а Мипошка тупо на телекинезе.
Да, на телекинез еще разъебывает карту, это жесть. Там колокола ада где-то звонят. Пошло пиво. Ну, вообще, кстати, да, в этой игре немного пива полилось уже, это объективно. Есть такое. Чё, где, что, куда смотреть?
Да, ну, там кошку в липе к дереву присобачила.
О, от Рошана, походу, отлетел.
Там вообще красиво было.
Там аккорншот
Там его
отлетел.
в липе поймала бушваком, а потом аккорншотом от Рошана.
Погоди. Типа...
В Best of 5 бывает перезагрузка происходит, и второе дыхание открывается на 5-ю карту.
А, просто бушхак?
Или 4-ю.
Ну, Пьюр зря стоит вообще без хп, конечно. Типа... Тут просто я бы еще понял, если бы у Коллапса был бы хотя бы Infernal Blade. Но у него даже Infernal Blade нет. Умирать вроде как неправильно на такой линии. Коллапс на гитаре играть. Включаю Нетверса, когда Коллапс топ-1, Пьюр сосал, на миде ровненько, Фурион на базе, без хп остался.
Миди, Данька.
Да, в миде. Данька привязал. Проблема у Ларри, он порвался! Ой, Ларри порвался. Ёлпалы. Ну, я думаю, он бы умер и так и сяк, на самом деле. Хотя, может, если бы не порвался...
Ну, он порвал себе ебучку на 200 урона.
Не, это правда, он порвался. Это он зря. Мирослав! Воришка! Ой, Мирослав сейчас сыграл. Но это круто, кстати. Он у Пака руну отжал, притом это еще и аркана для Пака. Да и Пак тут вообще без ресурсов. Он, конечно, сейчас пойдет баунти, заберет.
Пак без запака.
Но спириты в 2 медасика решили разыгрывать противников своих. Пак ловит Ларри. Ларри пока не рвется, привязан. Использует шилдкраш. Нормально все. По итогу умирает просто герой. Умирает и вышка на миде. И че-то как-то Бэтбум тут жиденького дали. И не убили никого, вышку отдали, вообще ничего. Ну, окей, Nightfall, конечно, качается в этот момент. Фурион тоже качается. Но еще и Мирана погибает. Ларри ее доковырял. И Infernal Blade и Doom все берут. Но не в этот раз. Пьюр. Ой, превращается Пьюр в швакл-баклчика. Шилдкраш. Doom! Дум! 8-й апнул только что, и Дум прокачал. Найс! Кайф. Блин, все, он знал. Он видел это, видимо, в будущем в каком-то...
От Даньки.
Данька, Койл, по двоим, Ларри! По троим, Шилдкраш! Ебало трещит-то как, божечки, они все умирают! И это был момент, где кто-то проиграл груду. Кто? Непонятно, Ларри уходит, Nightfall. Ебало трещит! Минус ебало! Но...
Трипл килл от Ярика.
Ёпта, Мипошечка, что творит? Еще Тосик украл. Ларри, ой-ой-ой-ой-ой! Сейва!
Ультракилл, Ярику оставьте.
Ультракилл!
3, 2, 1, ультракилл.
Yes! Блять, болт был. А потом еще кто-то байбекается, прилетает и рэмпэдж. Это был момент, нельзя говорить. Но я могу, тем не менее, сказать, что ББ могут написать ГГ, так сказать, и признать себя бездарями в этом матче. И вот это звучит. Хорошо. Ой, ГПК! Он не может нажать! Дум. Коллапс, кстати говоря, думал, может и не
там
давать
даже
Дум.
Да.
О!
Ебать.
Это блайнд выстрел, если что. Лол. Смотрите. Ладно, не совсем блайнд, вот вард стоит.
Ну, там вард.
О! Но он ему реально на ход, если что, выстрелил. То есть это же он после липа. Как бы он просто в липе сдох. Убили Фурионыча. Погоня за Пьюром, да, он в инвиз уходит, Мирослав есть даст, но Пьюр далеко, вряд ли его найдут, он, скорее всего, просто уйдет на ноге, хотя... Гонщик нелегальный? Профессиональный? Сейф, на Ларри нападает, и тут уже Ларри... О, молодой абсос, неопытный игрок, пиздец, в спиритах все таки, бля, кого взяли в команду, нахуй. Ой.
Ой, ловля морфа.
Ловля морфа, ебля! О, Егиса нет, но, в принципе, как будто мы ему поебать. Ну, хотя, ладно, не то чтобы совсем поебать, его ловят. Ловля морфа продолжается, его подняли, опустили, бушкак. Ой.
Есть чем забить.
Ой, Пюреха.
Это момент.
Ребят, Пюреха оподливился. Вот что я могу сказать вам прямо сейчас. И это был момент, в котором Бэтбом проебали игру. Да, сбили топ-марку.
Пюреха пустил по штанине Пюреху.
Ой, Данька на паке. Дум нажимает БКБ и просто выходит из койла. Что, говорят, жалеть? Новый будет. Ну и чтобы купить, надо сначала еще как-то купить его. Ну, оказаться у магазина. Мипошка с гемом. Ой-ой-ой, Мипошка. Гем отдает, это -2 саппорта. Неприятно. Неприятно. И Бэтбумы сейчас, наверное, на Рошана пойдут. Да. Гем, -2 саппорта и минус Рошан. Ну... Ой, байбек от Рубика. Но это уже какие-то пошли риски.
Это уже истерика.
Байбек от Белки. Опасно, опасно.
И покатился гонщик.
Покатился гонщик нелегальный. Блять!
Блять!
Гонщик нелегальный. Профессиональный. Летит на всей скорости. Пак, уворачивается. Данька! Жестко, Сайленс. Проблема у Ларри. Проблема у Белки. Дум не нажал БКБ. Это позор. Это 3-2-2. Ларри тоже умирает. И это был момент, на котором спириты проебали игру. Да. Ну, что-то на ровном месте, на самом деле. Просто на ровном месте игру отдали. Ну, все было у них. Все было. А что с Думом случилось, не могу понять.
Я посмотрю, это самому интересно.
Так я вот смотрю. То есть, там сбили Саблинку Найтфоллоу. Может было ему Дум зарядить на месте Клапса. Он что-то очканул.
А толку в него Дум заряжать? У него ульта уже...
Он порвался, и стрела прилетела. И просто убили. Очень плохо от Коллапса. Да, в итоге минус Рошан, минус... Не просто минус 4, там же кто-то с байбека умирал. Боже, это же до этого 2 саппорта умерли. Байбек. Блин, они только что вели 6000 голды. Ёб твою мать. Просто за минуту. Мипошка. Ушел.
Ну-ка, будет ли Дум на себя и в лед?
Пока рано. Ларри. Блин,
он уже блинк въебал.
Ну Ларри покатился, а блинк-то въебан. Ларри катается, пытаются сейва взять.
Сейчас будет.
Сейв умирает. Ваншот, Дум на себя и в лед. 2 героя в доме, они все в доме. В доме Пьюр, он просто дерется, ему похуй на Дум! Ой, мэн! Ему просто похуй на Дум. Пишите ГГ Бездари, что тут сказать по этому поводу. Вы проиграли эту игру, и надо признаться в поражении. В первую очередь самому себе, а потом уже всем остальным. Ну, да, проигрывают эту игру Спирит, очевидно, не получится уже выиграть. Слишком много они летят, и, как мы видим, даже неплохой врыв от Дума. Все в Думе, но это не помогает. Просто не хватает урона никого убить. Данька на паке разъебал. Впрочем, как и всегда. Ведь это Данька на паке. Байбек от Ларри. Конечно, пытаются бороться до последнего. Пытаются как-то убить Пьюра. Но тут просто ломается трон. И нет глифа, поэтому думается мне, что трон этот сломается. Там еще и Пьюр зонит. Точнее говоря, Пак зонит, а Пьюр бьет. Ларри. Погибает Ларри. После байбека. Белка. Пару секунд. Дома 3 секунды. Стрела. Фруста.
Она уменьшилась сумма у того, у кого курс побольше. Ну ладно. Так, давайте отдыхаем. 5 минут, у нас офигенные дипраны. Мы сегодня будем рвать. Ни дня без топ-1. Это наша кредо на последние стримы. И сегодня нужно сделать топ-1. Мы, конечно, топ-1 сделали, прошли сад на Веном, но это не считается.
Здесь мы запушим. 7-2, ну там никогда я не положу на эту руку. Потому что там есть защита. Есть там туз 7, туз 2 в защите, который не требует. Здесь поболеем. С король дамы. Пёрки, король валет. Ну, в целом неплохо поехали. Но получилось так, что даже и не очень. Но аут еще есть. Ой, блин, это вообще вы видели? Шипит! Оу, вот это я понимаю. It's my boy. Это такой камбэк. Это просто раздача. Это просто раздача часа. Я бы так это назвал даже. Громкими словами.
Немножко архаинка. Давайте попробуем. Типа тут и туз король разные выбросят. И туз 10, и король 10, там, если он потребитель разные. Против валет может выбросить. 2 десятки какие-нибудь. Я думаю, фолдов нормально будет, а против там туз дамы, да, у нас есть ауты. Отлично удалось. Слабоумие и отвага. Здесь интересно, в ICM может быть это и пас. Понятно, что в ЧПВ это кол 100%, в ICM. Не знаю, наверное, все равно кол с нашим стеком. Хорошо. Давай на говне ушатаем пацана Рахуля, троечку, не червовую, главное. Есть! Ху-ху! Вытащили! Изи, катка. Прощай, мужчина, ты сражался как лев. Но против 3-2 на ГГ устоять сложно. Против Лены открылись, он защитился. Терн на самом деле два стрита закрылось. Можно и чекнуть. Можно и поставить. Не, наверное, буду. Давайте стандартно поставим. Но на рейс пока не знаю, что буду делать. Очень неприятно будет получить рейс. Блин. Блин. Ну, блефов там... Ну, они могут быть. Конечно, он может тогда му X. И не то, что может, он так сыграет. Ну, давайте все-таки одну заколю. Ривер чаще выброшу. Или не колять. Будет он в 100% доблефовать. Но не должен в 100% доблефовать. Можем еще и доехать иногда. Хороший, кстати, ривер. Настроение улучшилось в конце часа. Да, такая сложная раздача. С точки зрения там ICM можно чекнуть. Но, блин, у нас столько value в руке. То есть все две пары колят. Там флеш-дро, еще что-то. Туз может заколить. Потерну еще. Кол. Что? Мы проиграли. Фулл хаусу. Какого? Йоу-йоу. Продолжаем. Продолжаем нашу каточку бодрую. И все у нас отличненько. Так, я вот не знаю. Тысячник регаться. Да, давайте. Погоню. Еще тысячник Эпсталса сыграю. Че уж. Фигачить, да фигачить сегодня. Если лучше на сайте, когда сейчас так собрал, будешь широко открывать. Там открывать прям широко нет. Можно было пушить широко. Но прошли мы садик. Замечательно. Чел на СБ в банк 95 тысяч ставит, 300 тысяч фишек, флоп 64к. У меня король валет, фолд или кол? Ну, топ-пара у тебя вроде как. Ну, не знаю. Надо очень пространный вопрос. Пространственный. Что это? Где? Что за турнир? Или кэш? Это... Я топ-пары не очень люблю выбрасывать. Сколько у вас стек остался? Почему, Ольга? Непонятно ничего. Глеб, если в 630 на финалку выйдем и останемся в хедзапе, у тебя будет трехкратный период стейк и поделим пополам так чисто подписчику из США подгон. Блин, ну это подгон крутой слишком. Ну давай, если так сделаем, какой-нибудь подгон тебе будет офигенный. Ну мы можем, да, подписчику из США. И останемся в хедзапе, у тебя будет трехкратный период стейк и поделим пополам так чисто подписчику из США подгон. Блин, ну это подгон крутой слишком. Ну давай, если так сделаем, какой-нибудь подгон тебе будет офигенный. Ну мы можем, знаешь что, вот эту разницу разыграем у нас тогда на канале. Это будет подгон подписчикам. Это нормально. Но если уж выйдем в хедзап, блин, с тобой, то сделаем. Ну, 630 нормально, у меня 12 стек, ребята, 6 человек до ИТМ, 70 бобов, офигенно, офигенно, 117 штук за первое, йоу, надо тащить, надо тащить. Сколько по дня Риги осталось на Кинге? Смотря в каком турнире. Вот в 630-м уже Рега закончилась, потому что 6 человек до призов. Ну вот я тут в 630-й другой нокаут сел. Там еще Рега идет. Катка вообще крутая, конечно. Катка вообще супер. Так мне прет сегодня катать. Я прям как хотел. Я сегодня, у меня же почти каждую неделю, вот правда в прошлую неделю, блин, не смог, но бывает такое редко. Я пишу пост в телегу MVP в наш закрытый сервер для тех, сервер в Дискорде для тех, кто в нашей команде или тренирует, или администрирует, ну и, конечно, для всех игроков. И вот я сегодня как раз писал, что, ребята, желаю вам, чтобы вы откатали сессию с огнем в глазах, с энергией, с наполненностью, с желанием, с дисциплиной в то же время. И с надеждой на лучшее, но чтобы вы в то же время готовы были и к худшему. Так, блин, король пуш. И вот я сейчас как раз вот с этим что-то я, видимо, больше для себя такую пометку сделал. И вот я как раз сейчас с таким желанием и прям кайфом катаю. Мне очень нравится. Это контраблеф. Тио тащит. Ну, видимо, надо пушить. Фолды нормально, тут большой анты еще, это гипер. Тут надо активно играть. И карта у нас неплохая для этого. Пофиг, кол очень хорош лол, да. Это мы умеем. О. Three, 4 hours sleep. Прям про меня сегодня 4 часа поспал. Но я, правда, еще до этого спал. Поэтому не так это жестко для меня. Ну а если бы даже всего 2 часа я поспал, все равно бы на максимум фигачил и дамы бы не сбрасывал здесь. Давай, let's go. Тио, вперед, даму, лови. Даму! Блин, ну такую всрать. Ну это обидно. Тут 55 человек осталось, 41 в призах, 14 тысяч за первое, а за призы 547 баксов дают. Ну, мы точно попадаем в призы, разумеется, если... Ну, не точно, но там, тоже близко к 100% вероятности, если бы мы бы выиграли. Но мы не выиграли, ребята, что поделать? Мы не расстраиваемся, потому что опыт уже такой у нас был. Мы знаем, что мы можем в другом месте выиграть. Теперь вопрос, в каком месте мы хотим выигрывать и что вам показывать. Самое интересное, где ближе всего тут какой-то экшен идет. Кстати, вопрос хороший. 630 другой, что ли, показать? И Bounty Hunters. Ну, можно 630 другой, да. Правда, он только начался. И в то же время... Обидно, да, с дамами, конечно, но что поделать. Что поделать? Хорошо, мы играем не на последние деньги, поэтому мы готовы к такому развитию. Событий. Два наших коронных турика. 630-х. В одном 4 человека до призов. Мы идем 11. В другом мы тоже идем 11. Но там до призов еще дофига. И еще лейтрега идет. Я еще думаю, какие столы добавить. Глеб, он ставил. Просто сильную руку так не играют вроде. Ну, там и сыграть могут что угодно, но у тебя, блин, такая рука, которая... Это знаешь, вот как примерно работает ГТО, да? Что типа ты такой, хрен знает, что у него. Хрен же знает. Ну, хрен знает. Ты такой, ну, у меня, типа, топ спектра. Рука очень сильная. Типа, если я выбрасывать буду эту, то, ну, может что-то плохое произойти. Так что на всякий случай я... заколю. Вот я примерно так рассуждаю. Звук отвалился на Твиче, говорят. Ну да, со звуком не знаю, что, почему. Странно, глюкануло. И сейчас он появится. Сегодня за 6 человек до финалки, 25 ГГ Мастер, Санды Баунти, Тузы в Короли сдали за близкий стек с отрывом. Короли, как можно понять, были у меня. Обидно там. МК за первый давали, плюс Баунти огромные были. Сижу под пивко, смотрю теперь стрим. GG. Что поделать? Кстати, я прошу Жанку, чтобы пивка купила мне тоже. На всякий случай. Вдруг не успею и вдруг захочется.